Okay, Sergeants, if you would begin your recordings. PC recording is underway.
According to the cloud, all set.
Mr. Kotowski.
Good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Youth Services. At this time, would Council staff please turn on their video? Please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. That is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. Chair, we are ready to begin. Chair, you're still muted.
Thank you for joining our virtual hearing today on this very important sub-issue. I'd like to start by reading my opening statement. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget oversight hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. I am Councilmember Debbie Rose, the chair of the Committee on Youth Services, and I am pleased to be joined by my fellow council members, Margaret Chin. I don't have the list in front of me. I think it's Margaret Chin at this moment. We will hear today from DYCD Commissioner Bill Chung, Chief Financial Officer Jadine Fanor, along with the agency's team of program-specific deputy and associate commissioners. Thank you all for joining us. I want to also welcome Public Advocate Jumaane Williams to today's hearing. First and foremost, we are here to discuss DYCD's $745.3 million budget for fiscal year 2022. The preliminary budget includes one new need for the Learning Bridges program, totaling $57 million in fiscal year 2021. Other budget changes total a reduction of $5.3 million in fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022, with cuts reducing the budget by $10.3 million in fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. Sadly, once again, as the chair of the Youth Services Committee, I have been served the preliminary budget that eliminates services to a critical segment of our youth population. This budget is notable for not what it includes, but what it does not include. The administration's decision to cut $5.7 million in support for middle school summer programming under the Schools Out NYC program, or SONIC, will leave over 9,000 children without services this coming summer, leaving us once again shaking our heads as to why would the administration choose to leave out our most vulnerable population to fend for themselves, especially after suffering from the byproducts of the COVID-19 pandemic and being socially isolated for a year. Did we not learn any lessons from last year's uptick in teen suicides, violence, and depression? Why would DYCD arbitrarily choose to eliminate a baseline program that provided educational, recreational, and job development opportunities for youth who have suffered disproportionately from historic socioeconomic inequities? DYCD's mission is supposed to provide a gateway out of poverty and to support youth and their families through youth and community development programs, leading me to question why Compass and the Beacon and Cornerstone camps are fully funded, but not SONIC. Why would we not provide our youth this summer with programming that is meaningful, structured, educational, and a place to go where they are safe and supported? Last year was a historic year on so many levels, when the council tirelessly negotiated with the administration to restore funds back into the budget for SYEP and summer camps so that the city's youth could have programming and jobs over the summer. I thought we wouldn't have to go through this again. We all learned what is needed and what is unacceptable. So to see the plan cut $5.7 million for one camp program seems penny wise, pound foolish, vindictive, and punishing at this point, not only to us, but punishing to the 9,000 middle school children that need this program. When this administration began its term, we heard about the importance of protecting our 12 to 14-year-olds from negative influences outside of their homes and schools. Yet year after year, we have to fight tirelessly to provide them with the programs that help combat these issues. The social emotional learning gaps that our students face have widened during the COVID-19 pandemic. The summer months are often an unstructured time for young people and a strain on parents who need supervised childcare so that they can work. The administration has never been a proponent of Summer Sonic. Our city leadership must see the real value of summer programs for teens and acknowledge that it is disingenuous for us as a city to continue to suggest that this is a non-essential program and cut this baseline service. The program will never achieve its full potential when our service providers have less than 3 weeks to plan a summer program. They are notified in June of the sonic restorations and quickly attempt to secure buses for trips, program space, and to recruit children and staff. This is essentially setting the program up for failure. Our program providers need the flexibility this summer as schools reopen. They need adequate notice, and the executive budget must include the full summer sonic restoration. Last night, we had a great rally with the teens who participate and the teens who want the opportunity to participate in our sonic programs. And they very articulately and clearly made their case for restoration of sonic funding, summing it up by saying, "Show us the money." Hashtag Fund Youth NYC. Last year, our city and state recognized childcare as an essential public service in the efforts to cope with the COVID outbreak. DYCD launched the Learning Bridges program to provide care and enrichment for children in grades K through 8 on remote learning days. The fiscal year 21 budget included $57 million for Learning Bridges. The program is expected to run until the end of the school year, June 30th, with no plans beyond that. As a legislative body representing 8.5 million New Yorkers and growing, it is our responsibility as a council to ensure that the city's budget is equitable, transparent, and accountable. That is why this committee continues to press the Office of Management and Budget, DYCD, and the mayor to add more services, not less, to add more SYEP slots, to baseline Work, Learn, Grow, and to stop cutting Summer Sonic. The families across New York City rely on these indispensable lifeline programs, and it is my duty to ensure that the funding is there to execute these services. This committee will also review DYCD's performance for this year, as reported in the fiscal 2021 preliminary Mayor's Management Report, or the PMMR. Here too, I believe we will have just as an interesting conversation about what is not included as much as about what is. The PMMR needs to be more transparent when contextualizing the data it provides, as it is not inclusive of all programs and their data sets, nor provides program budget data. DYCD has been tasked with managing the preparation of the city's next generation of leaders to fulfill their potential. Programs like the Comprehensive After-School System, or COMPASS, and the Summer Youth Employment Program, SYEP, are intended to help young New Yorkers rise to the next level. I myself am a product of SYEP, and my experiences from my first job have helped to make me who I am today. It is the goal of this committee to ensure that these programs are serving as many young people as possible, our ultimate goal being universal SYEP. This is a bittersweet moment for me, as this is my last preliminary budget hearing. It has been an honor to serve as chair of the Youth Services Committee. I am grateful for the work the committee has done to support youth in New York City. It is my hope that even in my absence, the city will continue to do the right thing by supporting our youth, who are the most underrepresented and one of our most vulnerable populations in our city. It is our duty to enrich the minds of our youth, support their emotional and social well-being, and continue to provide meaningful work experiences that will support the many working and struggling families in our city. I look forward to a productive conversation today, but before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank Isa Cortez, my budget director, Christine Johnson, my chief of staff, Christian Ravello, my legislative aide, Michelle Peregrine, the financial analyst to the committee, Isha Wright, the unit head, Amy Briggs, our counsel to the committee, our new counsel, welcome, and Anastasia Zemina, our policy analyst to the committee, Elizabeth Arts, our community engagement liaison, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Chong and Associate Commissioner Fanor and the dedicated staff of DYCD for your longstanding commitment to the youth of New York City. And now Commissioner Chong and Associate Commissioner Fanor, our counsel, will swear you in.
Thank you, Chair Rose. Actually, I would like to invite Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, who is here with us today, if he would like to provide his opening remarks as well.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Chair Rose. I just want to say your presence here just continues to show your undeniable dedication to the young people of the city of New York. And so happy to see you, and my prayers are still with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Jumaane Williams, and I'm public advocate for the city of New York. I'd like to again thank Chair Debbie Rose and members of the Committee on Youth Services for holding this very important preliminary budget hearing and for allowing me to say a few words. Last year, the COVID-19 pandemic brought the city into a budget crisis none of us could have anticipated. Programs and services had served severe funding cuts, one in particular being youth services. In the adopted budget last year, the Department of Youth and Community Development was allocated nearly $539.3 million. Fortunately, the administration adhered to the calls of youth advocates and put a plan in place to operate youth programs in a way that adjusted to our new temporary reality given the scope of the pandemic. At a hearing held by the Committee on Youth Services in January, representatives from DYCD explained that in 2020, the Summer Bridge program admitted roughly 35,000 participants, less than half than the amount of young people enrolled in the program the year before. Although the mayor seeks to have the program reach its pre-COVID number of participants this year, I hope the number of participants will actually surpass that amount. In addition to talking about the budget, we have to talk about operations. Young people need to be involved in the development process and rollout of this year's SYEP. Last year, over 100,000 of the young people who applied to the program never received a response. And in early August, many were uncertain as to whether or not the program was even underway. We cannot let the lack of organization happen again this year. That number is important because many people sometimes describe our young people as lazy and not wanting services. And here we have hundreds of thousands applying. I expect DYCD to continue prioritizing the enrollment of young people from communities hit hardest by the coronavirus, as well as homeless youth, especially those who are members of the LGBTQ community. At the same hearing in January, agency representatives said that out of the 1,843 homeless youth who applied to SYEP last year, only 873 ended up being enrolled in the program. We should aim to increase that number this summer, as there are some of the most vulnerable members of our city's young population. The only way to ensure that the program accommodates more participants is to offer SYEP placements that are in compliance with COVID-19 guidance, especially seeing as how we are on the path to increase vaccine distribution in the coming months. We need to make certain that there is sufficient amount of career development opportunities that align with public health standards for our young people. The Office of Management and Budget released its financial plan early this year, which showed the city is planning to allocate approximately $532.9 million to DYCD for fiscal year 2022. We need clarification as to how DYCD will execute its programming with this funding. The Summer Youth Employment Program is expected to receive nearly $131 million in funding in fiscal year 2022, which is supposed to provide for 70,000 spots in the program. It's also important to know which forms of outreach DYCD is implementing to reach communities most affected by COVID-19, which efforts are being put forth to increase admission into the Career First NYCHA program to expand access to career development opportunities for youth residing in NYCHA buildings, and how much funding the agency will designate to the purchase of devices for remote placements this summer. Just going back to Summer Youth, we know that that's not even how much it was at its peak. We know that 100,000 would be much closer to universal, which is where we should be for Summer Youth Employment Program. Last year, DYCD was informed by NYCHA partners that 50% of their households were not connected to the internet or had Wi-Fi signal. Luckily, the agency managed to secure funding for partners at Young Men's Initiative and from other sources to purchase more than 2,000 devices, including internet-ready tablets. I'm calling on DYCD to set aside funding to provide more devices this year. Although services like SYEP and in-school youth programs are expected to see a notable increase in funding, there are other programs that are expected to see a decrease, like the Runaway and Homeless Youth Program, or RHY, and even the ones that are seeing an increase like SYEP, certainly not near where it should be. As I said before, our homeless youth are some of the most vulnerable members of our city's population. RHY has drop-in centers, crisis services programs, transitional independent living programs, and street outreach and referral services. That population in particular has a high prevalence of young people from the LGBTQ community. The mayor should not be reducing funding for these essential services, even if it's just by 3.3%, but rather increasing funding, especially during a pandemic. I want to say that the term defund the police brings a lot of emotions out to the floor. And wherever you are on that, there's one thing that should be clear. The message that's being sent by decreasing or trying to decrease the preliminary budget for DYCD by almost 10%, while increasing the budget of the NYPD from a starting point of 6.25%, sends the wrong message. The administration needs to reconsider this budget decision, designate more funding toward programs like the ones being cut, not being funded enough by like DYCD, in the agency of DYCD. I look forward to hearing how DYCD will support youth services given the administration's proposed budget for fiscal year 22. And I hope that the commissioner will this year be advocating for additional funding for these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, for your remarks and for joining us this morning. And I want to personally thank you for your fervent advocacy on behalf of our young people. They can't have a more active and vocal advocate. And now I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who have joined us. We have been joined by Councilmember Chin, Councilmember Rosenthal, and I will now turn it over to the committee's new counsel, Amy Briggs, who will review some procedural items relating to today's hearing and call on the first panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rose. I am Amy Briggs, Committee Counsel for the Committee on Youth Services of the New York City Council. I will be moderating today's hearing and calling panelists to testify. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that you will be on mute until I call on you to testify. After you are called, you will be unmuted by the host. Please listen for your name. I will periodically announce who the next panelists are. Council members' questions will be limited to 5 minutes, and council members, please note that this includes both your questions and the witness answers. Please also note that time permitting, we will allow a second round of questions at today's hearing. They will be limited to 2 minutes, again, including both your question and the witness's answers. For public testimony, I will call up individuals in panels. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom. You will be called on after everyone on that panel has completed their testimony. For public panelists, once I call your name, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin speaking after setting the timer. All public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. After I call your name, please wait a brief moment for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin. For today's hearing, we will begin with testimony from the administration, followed by council member questions, and then public testimony. I will deliver the oath to all the administration that is present today, and after reading the oath, I will call upon each of you to individually by name to respond to the oath one at a time. So for the administration members we have online, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Bill Chong. You would answer I do or yes. Oh, are you still muted?
You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, okay, it popped up. Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Rong Cheng.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Jagdeen Fanor.
I do.
Susan Haskell.
I do.
Thank you. Daryl Rattray.
I do.
Thank you. Randolph Scott.
I do.
Daphne Montanez.
I do.
Thank you. Tracy Cauldron.
I do.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Jong. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning, Chair Rose, Public Advocate Williams, and members of the Committee on Youth Services. I am Bill Chong, Commissioner of the Department of Youth and Community Development. As Debbie Rose mentioned, this is a bittersweet moment. This will be my last preliminary budget hearing. I want to take this opportunity to thank the City Council for being a great partner over the last 8 years in making sure that as many resources are available to my agency. I'm joined by Jadine Fanor, DYCD's Chief Financial Officer, Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner for Youth Services, Darryl Rattray, Associate Commissioner for Youth Services and Strategic Partnerships, Tracy Calderon, the Assistant Commissioner for the Compass Program, Daphne Montanez, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Development, Randolph Scott, Assistant Commissioner for Vulnerable Youth, Runaway, Homeless, and Vulnerable Youth, Assistant Dana Cantelmi, our Agency Chief Contracting Officer, and Ron Zhang, Assistant Commissioner for Literacy and Immigrant Services. We're grateful to have this opportunity to testify on DYCD's fiscal 2022 preliminary budget. I'm incredibly proud of DYC staff, our providers, young people and families during the past challenging year. With COVID-19 and the city's worst economic crisis in 45 years, this was a year unlike any other. Going on pause due to the pandemic meant meeting our core responsibilities while teleworking. DYCD's IT team quickly had the agency up and running remotely, and our staff didn't miss a beat. Services continued to be delivered in new ways, virtual opportunities like DYCD at home, making sure that providers had contracts and were paid, and fresh approaches to internal and external communications in terms of content, frequency, and delivery. Our outstanding network of community-based organizations answered the call by quickly reinventing themselves to administer remote programming and adapt to new initiatives such as Learning Bridges, so that the New Yorkers had a safe place to learn and receive services. DYCD was able to serve 339,963 New Yorkers in fiscal 2020, an increase over the previous year. We continued to address the needs of vulnerable and homeless youth, primarily through in-person programming and more available beds. Our Compass After School program served 122,575 young people, and Beacon and Cornerstone community centers became lifelines by providing everything from remote activities to food and personal protective equipment. Tens of thousands of New Yorkers received support through literacy, immigrant services, and anti-poverty programs. With our partnership and in close collaboration with our providers, we developed SYP Summer Bridge, an engaging virtual program that offered young people opportunities to learn new skills, explore potential careers, and earn money. Online applications for the most programs are now available at Discover DYCD. And DYCD Connect has been greatly enhanced to help organizations communicate and coordinate with communities that they serve. These accomplishments are due in no small part to investments in streamlining and modernizing our systems. Last year, as part of the city's ongoing efforts to address the digital divide in underserved communities, Mayor de Blasio announced a new initiative to provide free, high-speed connectivity in public housing. DYCD and DOE, working with the Information Technology Disaster Resource Center, the Rockefeller Foundation, Zoom, Cielo Scholarship Foundation, and Education Superhighway, will deliver Wi-Fi and broadband upgrades at DYCD-funded Cornerstone community centers. More than 12,000 young people and adults will benefit from the enhancements during active programming at the centers, in addition to the thousands of community members who can access the free Wi-Fi hotspots provided by ITDRC as a result of this partnership. We thank our partners for their support. The preliminary budget for DYCD is in a strong position to continue the progress to prepare the city for a strong recovery. Despite the city's fiscal challenges, the preliminary budget preserves most baseline funding and programming, a true testament of the de Blasio administration's commitment to the city's youngest people and families. It stands at $745.4 million, $533 million, or 71.5% city tax levy, 9% is federal, and 1% is state. We are pleased that the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget includes support and funding for 70,000 jobs for the Summer Youth Employment Program. Working with our providers and health experts, our program will provide services in person, remotely, or in a hybrid environment. This model will balance the needs of young people and their families and meet the needs of work sites as we move towards reopening our city. We appreciate applications. We anticipate applications to open in mid-March. We thank the council for your support and advocacy for SYP over the many years. Our other programs are also receiving baseline funding. Fiscal 2022 funding levels currently stand at $337 million for Compass programs, $59.5 million for Beacons, and $53.4 million for Cornerstone programs. The $44.5 million to Runaway and Homeless Youth Services will support 813 beds, 8 drop-in centers, and street outreach programs. These and other programs are essential in fostering a recovery for all of us. Thank you again for the chance to testify, and we are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to Chair Rose for questions, I'd like to remind council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom to indicate that they have a question for the panel. Chair Rose.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council. And thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. DYC has a total proposed budget of $745.3 million for fiscal year 2022. The fiscal 2022 preliminary budget for DYCD sees minimal changes. This plan sees a one-time cut to Summer Sonic in fiscal year 2022, totaling $5.7 million. What are the alternative plans for middle school students this summer in the absence of this program funding?
So let me say, I was very disappointed to see that in the preliminary budget. But I think, as the budget director said in his testimony, when the budget was released in late January, there was a lot of things we didn't know. Most notably, the scope of support the city would receive in the American Rescue Plan. And as we're all excited that the president will sign it tomorrow, it's my hope that we can talk about restoration of this reduction. The stimulus money that we were receiving will help tremendously in looking at, one, stability in the FY22 budget, and the flexibility to consider cuts that were taken because the situation was pretty bleak in late January. If you remember back then, the state was talking about billions and billions of dollars of cuts. So the city took a very cautious approach. But now that I think I have a certain level of optimism with federal help on the way, and hopefully with the council's support, we can restore this cut.
I'm glad to hear that, and is my hope that with the increased aid from the federal government, that we might not only see an increase, a restoration of the baseline amount, but we might be able to enhance that number so that we can serve upwards of more students than that we served previously. We served close to 30,000 students. Could you please tell the committee how much funding the plan includes for summer camps for Compass, Beacon, and Cornerstone programs? And what are each budgeted slots out? And what are each budgeted slot allocations for each of these programs?
So I will, as I said in my testimony, most of the baseline programs maintain level going back to the earlier budget year before the pandemic. So I'll turn to Susan first, and if she needs help, Eugene can fill in the budget numbers, but Susan probably knows these summer camp numbers because she's been working on planning for summer from day one. So Susan?
Yeah, I will say we're really excited about summer. We're excited for now that most of the baseline services are anticipated to provide robust programming to welcome young people back to programs. I don't have the budget numbers in front of me, but I know my colleague can help me out. For the Beacon Community Centers, which is about 91 school-based programs, will serve roughly 15,000 young people. The Cornerstone Community Centers, we have 99 of those in NYCHA developments, will serve an estimated 5,000 additional youth in addition to the adults that get services at those centers. And the Compass Elementary programs, roughly 40,000 seats. So together, youth services, we're planning for about 60,000 young people to be served through the baseline services that are funded right now.
And Virginia can maybe give some budget specifics.
Sure. So Susan, you got those numbers correct. All told, for just give me 1 second here as I flip through my briefing book. All told, we have over for all programs, Compass, Beacons, Cornerstone for fiscal year 21. We have 633.9 million devoted to youth services.
Okay, thank you. Between the November 2020 plan and the preliminary plan, DYCD has a total cut of $718,000 in fiscal 2021 and $200,000 cut in fiscal year 2022 for hiring and attrition savings. How will this hiring freeze impact DYCD's ability to provide high quality summer program? And does DYCD feel the agency has enough staff in place to support this work?
So Obviously any commissioner would want as many staff as possible, but I think we're prepared to move ahead with our summer services, even though these vacancies can't be filled. A lot of it, there are certain efficiencies that working remotely have helped us. We can reach more people now remotely than we did before. It's interesting. We had this conversation about how the world will change when we come back in the office, and remote activities are actually a way of reaching more people with fewer staff. So if I was given a choice, I would love the authority to hire these people, but I think we're in good shape as far as making sure services are delivered. The very fact that we weren't able to hire people, but still get our contracts registered, our programs paid, is a testimony to the dedication of our staff and the strength of our data systems to be able to get things done, even though we weren't working in person and even though we didn't have all the staff we might have wanted.
Okay. Is DYCD securing a reliable supply chain of PPE for its providers?
The answer is yes. In fact, we've had monthly distributions, and if you walk through our offices, and I come here, every so often, there are boxes of PPEs on every single floor, and we have regular distributions for different program areas, and staff from the different program areas have to come here and assist our administrative staff to make sure that the PPEs, whether they be masks, sanitizers, everything, I believe the number, and we can update it, but the number at the end of last year, I think was something like 2 million PPEs were distributed by us. I'm sure that number has significantly increased.
So none of our DYCD programs are incurring costs for PPE or maintenance?
We're all this stuff is being distributed for free.
Okay. Last summer, site placement was very difficult given the timing of the pandemic and that the DOE was closed. What does summer camps look like this year in terms of whether or not these sites are going to be available and the frequency of their availability?
I'll start and then Susan can add some more detail. It's our hope that we'll be able to resume full in-person services with whatever safety protocol the state puts in place. And we're still waiting for the state health department as well as the Office of Children and Family Services to give us guidance on this. The more advanced guidance they give us, the better prepared we can be and the better prepared our program providers can be. But our intent is to keep remote services to a minimum and offer as much in-person services as possible. Susan, do you have anything else to add?
No, that's right, Bill. We're working very closely with DOE on where to as possible. So we work closely with DOE to look at which schools will be open and trying to make the best locations for young people and families.
Commissioner Haskell, what has been the impact on programs when schools are closed because of an outbreak of COVID-19?
Chair, you mean like during? I'm sorry. You mean like during the school year and after school?
Yes.
Well, I just want to take this opportunity to recognize like the valiant efforts of our community-based providers connecting with young people in person when the school site is open and available, and pivoting sometime at a moment notice to remote because there have been several cases of COVID in a school and there's a closure for 10 days. So they have made Herculean efforts to stay connected. These relationships are more important than ever for young people. The ability to be engaged in recreational activities. So it would be crazy for me to say anything other than it's been a real challenge. But they have risen very much so to the challenge to make themselves available when the schools are open. There was delayed opening, there were closures of elementary, there were closures of middle. We're so pleased those schools are reopened now, and And similarly, possibly for high schools in the future, it's been a real challenge and they've done an amazing job.
And if I could add that I also want to thank our staff. I think it's something like 30 or 40 staff people who volunteered to staff the Situation Room, which is the nerve center to coordinate the opening and closing of schools when COVID cases are detected. 30 or 40 people may not sound like a lot of people, but we only have 500 people. And these are people who are doing their regular jobs and at the same time volunteering at the Situation Room. And so that, they're unsung heroes. They work behind the scenes, but, because of their hard work, we're able to respond quickly to incidents and then close programs when necessary and then reopen them when the situation is safe.
What does the agency anticipate that summer camp enrollment will be?
I think Susan can probably give you a sense of that.
I think that, that is a question we don't have a firm answer for, but I'll tell you, we feel it's our responsibility to make sure that we're enforcing safety protocol, which has been, again, tremendous cooperation from our providers, and that our doors are wide open to welcome families back this summer. We see this as a real opportunity to re-engage, to help young people get practiced in in-person activities and to build confidence leading into the school year, to get them comfortable being back, in groups again with safe social distancing. So what the uptick looks like, what the confidence level of families is, I think, TBD. We feel it's our job just to be ready to welcome them with open arms and figuratively speaking, and give them, start to rebuild those social emotional skills and in-person activities.
And I will add that our goal is to have full enrollment, and I think a lot will be driven by the health and safety situation, the vaccination rates, and as we've seen with schools, a lot of parents have understandable concerns about the safety of sending their children to in-person instruction, and so as we begin to ramp up the vaccination of people, I'm hoping that the confidence level that parents will have about sending their children to in-person services will increase.
And what efforts are we taking to ensure that the providers know what that's going to look like so that they can maximize the enrollment?
So I'll start and then Susan can add. Early on, the state authorized vaccination priorities for staff people who deal with young people. So we aggressively promoted that because we wanted to make sure as many staff of youth programs that work directly with young people got vaccinated, because that's key to providing in-person services. As many youth workers vaccinated, and so that started, I want to say, a month or so ago, because hopefully by the summer, every staff person who's going to be working in a summer camp will be vaccinated. Susan may have other things that we're working on, but as I've said in the past, to do a good summer program, you need months and months of planning. And so we started as early as February, getting the word out to our youth workers about getting vaccinated. Susan,
I'm glad to hear that you start planning months and months ahead of time, because the providers also need that kind of time to prepare to run effective programming. When will they know that these programs are going to be in place so that they can do the preparation that they need so they can meet the enrollment targets?
Susan, I think we've already communicated to people. Right?
Yeah, and I just, this is a great opportunity to repeat that. I think there's uncertainty because, last year was such an extraordinary experience where funding was, eliminated at the peak of the pandemic and then partially restored, as we got closer to the summer. We have much more certainty this spring than we had last spring, and we are moving full steam ahead with those baseline programs that we outlined. And so we are encouraging providers to do all the planning and preparations that are typically done, in addition to utilizing the things they've learned last summer and over the school year about how to operate safely.
And last year, due to the pandemic, SYEP functioned 100% remotely. When the committee last spoke with DYCD, strategic discussions were beginning to take place to plan this summer's model. What has the process been with DYCD and the providers to plan this summer's model?
So let me start, and then Daphne can fill in more detail. One of the things that is an important principle at DYCD, and that more so than ever during this pandemic, is to have a bottom-up process. So in the early part of this year, we surveyed our summer youth employment program providers to get a sense of what challenges they face, what's the likelihood of in-person internships, what's the likelihood of virtual internships. And so the key, and Daphne can give you more detail, is, and they've been informed, I think there was a meeting on Monday of this week, is flexibility. That we're committed to serving 70,000 young people, but we're going to give maximum flexibility to each program because the situation on the ground is different. Some communities were harder hit, and there many more businesses were closed. And so we want to give people flexibility, but Daphne can give you a little bit more detail.
Yes.
Sorry, Daphne, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to concur with the commissioner on our engagement efforts. We have been in discussion with our providers since the start of the year, and we have actually been able to work with our providers in developing what we feel will be a model that addresses their concerns and incorporates their feedback. And we were able to share that model with them this past Monday as a group. And just at a high level, younger youth will continue to participate and be engaged in project-based learning activities. However, providers can continue to deliver these activities remotely should they choose to do so, as they did through Summer Bridge. And for older youth, we're going to be offering 2 tracks. The first track will be the traditional SYEP experience, where a young person is engaged in a work activity for the full 150 hours. However, providers can assign those experiences either in person, remote, or a hybrid of the two. And then the second option will have young people participate a portion of their hours within a skills-based training opportunity, and then another portion tied to a work experience. And again, that can be delivered either remotely, in person, or a hybrid. The training would ideally be tied to their work assignment or their industry. And so we have had conversations with providers. The model that we propose is informed by them. We look forward to continuing conversations with them on how DYCD can best support them in their efforts in delivering the model successfully this summer.
If a hybrid model is chosen, how many participants could the programming serve?
So overall, we're looking to serve, based on the preliminary budget, 70,000 young people. And of course, a portion of the 70,000 will be older youth. It will depend on worksite availability. Employers may choose to have more remote internship opportunities developed versus in person. But as we get closer into the summer, we're hoping that some of the restrictions may ease, comfort of participants and parents in allowing for in-person work experiences will take place. So I think we'll have a better sense of what those placements will look like as we get closer to the spring and summer.
There's been talk of an option 2 that sort of a credentialing component. If this programming becomes more robust with the credentialing component, is the agency prepared to cover the additional program costs that the providers would have to incur, and not expect the providers to pick up and cover these fees?
So
why don't you talk about, first, could you start by talking about the credentialing component what that program looks like, and whether or not the providers would have to incur any fees, additional fees.
Yes, so the hybrid model, again, was one of the ideas that many of the providers had shared as an alternative to the standard SYEP experience, given some of the concerns around the lack of worksite availability. In putting this hybrid model plan together, we feel that young people will have the opportunity to work in industries or in assignments where they could benefit from additional skills-based training. For example, a young person could take part in Excel training and also have a work experience doing data input and data analysis, or take part in early childhood educational training and then place at a childcare site to round out their experience. Currently, DYCD is working with a number of platforms such as Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, Skillshare, in developing resources that could be available to providers free of charge to them to deliver these services to their participants should they choose the hybrid model.
Okay. And when will that decision be made of whether or not they would, participate in the sort of the credentialing component of these programs?
Sure. So our providers work very closely with our participants during the enrollment process and placement process to ascertain their interests and their needs. And I think also a determining factor will be the number of work sites that are available to the providers as well. So I think as the worksite development starts in full force in the coming weeks, providers will have a clearer sense of which options they will have available, what trainings they will offer, and the modes in terms of how they will deliver work experiences for our young people.
What will be the slot allocation for SYEP in terms of community-based slots, school-based, and special initiative slots?
Sure. So, yes. So we're still working with our providers now to ascertain their capacity. So preliminarily, we are looking at community-based slots serving just under 45,000. That's inclusive of the older youth, younger youth, and Ladders for Leaders slots. We're looking to scale up our career ready option to 14,000 to serve 14,000 young people. And our special initiatives will be approximately 9,700 slots this year.
Will you consider setting aside slots for young people from the 27 neighborhoods that were most impacted by COVID-19?
Yes, every effort will be made to ensure that we're serving high need youth, as we did with Summer Bridge. And so all of our efforts around recruitment, particularly around the special initiative options, inclusive of our NYCHA and Emerging Leaders programs, will really be targeted towards reaching young people within those communities.
Do you know how many slots that would accommodate?
So currently we're looking at Emerging Leaders serving roughly 4,300 young people, and our NYCHA options, we're looking to serve roughly 4,600 between the Career First NYCHA program and our Map to Success program.
And the only thing I would add is that of the 45,000 community seats or jobs, that many of them are located in the 33 neighborhoods that were most impacted. I mean, one of the things that is unique about DYCD is that we tend to allocate the overwhelming majority of our money in poor neighborhoods. So when the 33 neighborhoods were identified, you could lay a map of all the DYCD programs over those neighborhoods. So as I said to you, I think in a phone call last week, DYC is one of the few agencies in the city whose mission is to fight poverty. So it's built into our DNA, and certainly we're very mindful of it in every program that we roll out.
Currently, the NYCHA slots are for specific NYCHA developments. Is there any move toward including all of the NYCHAs in that pot, so that regardless of what NYCHA a young person lives in, they could be considered for those slots?
So let me start, and then Daphne can maybe add on. I think it's a mistake to say that the only young person who gets a summer job are those in the MAP for Success program. A lot of young people who live in public housing also get jobs through the community options. I forgot the number from 2019, but it was a significant number of young people in total of the people who got jobs were either through the MAP for Success or through the community outreach. Obviously, if we want to do more targeting, if additional resources became available beyond the 70,000, we can certainly accommodate that. But I don't know if you have anything more to add, Daphne.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would just add that last year through the Summer Bridge program, we did allow our career first providers to work with developments outside of their contracted developments. And it's something that our providers have asked for us to consider again this summer. And we are prepared to provide that flexibility as well.
Thank you. That's the flexibility that I was talking about, not increasing that number, but giving more public development, residents the opportunity to be in that special targeted pot of jobs. Thank you. And when will the SYEP application go live?
In the next few weeks. We don't have a final date, but you will be the first to know.
Okay, I hope so.
And getting applications, I must say, in my 16 years with DYCD, it's amazing how consistent the number of applications are. Part of it is, I think, in 2005, we went away from carbon copy applications. I know it's hard to believe, but carbon copy to an online application. So the very fact that it's an online application has made it easier for young people to apply. So every year we get between 130 to 150,000 applications. It's a pretty consistent number. So, and this time we will have enough time, unlike last year, which, as you know, was a very chaotic process.
Mm-hmm. And before I give the floor to our public advocate, Teens Take Charge made a recommendation to DYCD that young people who apply for SYEP, but whose names are not pulled from the lottery, are sent a list of compiled resources of free programs like Coursera, CUNY classes, and other online learning options for the summer, or other programs that the city provides. Is DYCD willing to work with youth advocates and Teens Take Charge to compile existing opportunities like this to send to any SYEP applicant who isn't selected this year?
I believe for the last, I want to say 7 years, that DYCD has always done a resource guide for alternatives to summer youth employment program. It's usually on our website. And so operationally, I defer to Daphne to see what is doable.
Okay. Commissioner, I would like to ask if we could set up a meeting in the next few weeks to discuss and review all of the details that we've discussed today.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I think the program staff will probably be able to help a lot more with the details, but I think, our commitment is always to make sure every young person can access resources, whether it's through the programs we fund or through programs we don't fund, because we recognize that summer is an important time for a young person. And this summer, more than ever, We want to do everything we can to normalize life for young people as the city moves back to recovery.
Right. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that Councilmember Eugene has also joined us. And I would now like to ask our public advocate if he would like to ask a round of questions.
Thank you so much, Chair Rose. Very much appreciate the opportunity. And once again, just thank you for your leadership on all of this, and especially around the summer youth jobs, which you helped lead us to increase to begin with. Chair Chong, just a couple of questions. Just first with NYCHA, Career First NYCHA served about 865 youth in 9 developments. Do you know how many young people in NYCHA you plan to serve this year?
Daphne can give you the slot analysis. The one thing I will say, and Daphne can elaborate, the big challenge in talking to our partners at the Housing Authority is getting young people to apply. The feedback we got 2 years ago was they thought the jobs, the guaranteed jobs through Map for Success were somehow inferior to the other jobs, and they would apply for jobs in the community lottery option as opposed to applying for a guaranteed job. Part of that was branding. They had bad experiences in the past, and so we did a focus group and we kind of renamed it Map for Success. So that was part of it, educating people. And then there were other barriers, but I think part of it was changing the perception of the program so that it was not an inferior program, but it was a high quality program. And then Daphne can talk about this year and what we're doing.
Well, also, if you have the number of residents in NYCHA who received any job, that's helpful.
Oh, we may have to get back to you, but we can tell you how many young people who live in public housing got summer jobs. Daphne?
Yes. So to the first question regarding the slot allocation for this year, we're looking at our Career First option to serve over 1,400 young people, and our Map to Success option to serve over 3,200. And I'll have to get back to you in terms of the total number of NYCHA residents that were served back in last year, and we could also share for 2019 as well.
Okay, thank you. And now to the summer youth. The preliminary hazard at 70,000. You yourself said that routinely 130 to 150,000 young people apply. We've been trying to get it to universal, and most people agree that 100,000 would count as universal, since everybody would apply who applied would not take the job. Do you support increasing the number of slots, Commissioner?
If additional money becomes available, I think the history of DYCD is that we never turn away money. I remember one summer, I want to say 5 years ago, the years kind of blend together. I think the council, before the money was baseline, I think the council added 30,000 jobs, literally at the last minute, and our staff and our nonprofit partners stepped up and made it happen. So if additional money becomes available, we certainly will expand the program. And I think in the history of the program, every year, as far back as I can remember, the City Council has always added additional jobs. So we're ready to take on the additional funding.
I would just say I was a council member then, and the council really led the charge in increasing that. The frustration was, I would say, Commissioner Ford, I remember you weren't particularly assisting us in pushing for those changes. There seemed to be a resistance for you to even ask for additional funds. So I think it'll be helpful if here today.
Well, if I could say, what I say in public and what I say in private isn't always the same.
Understood. But I think it'd be helpful if we can get even some more public statements to push this up to 100,000.
Well, as I said, if we get additional money, we can definitely support more jobs, whether that's city tax levy, whether that's stimulus money. Certainly, as I've said in the past, the sooner we know about funding, the better. Last year, as you know, we didn't have any program funds for summer programs until 15 minutes before the start of the fiscal year. And our staff and our nonprofit partners stepped up and did the Summer Bridge program, and 35,000 young people were served. So certainly, if there's additional money, My only request is that it happens sooner than later. It's the best interest of young people because they'll have more time to apply, and it's the best interest of our nonprofit partners who can plan. So I certainly support more jobs if there was more money.
Thank you. And it's important, even now, as we're saying, we're doing some remotely and hybrid. In the past, part of the hesitation had been getting providers. I think with the new model, that may make things even a little easier. So my hope is that the mayor is listening and will put some more funds in there for these slots. Just two more quick questions. One, I've asked this before, and I used to ask it more routinely in prior administration, but when these cuts are happening, whether it was last year's cuts or this year's cuts, is there any conversation with NYPD or any other agencies about the impact that may have on public safety or crime in the areas where these programs are funded?
So we've been talking to the NYPD for the last 3 years, I would say, because I think we've always recognized the connection between safety and youth programming. And I think they recognize it now. And so, so budget issues aside, one of the things we've been doing, and this happened, I think, last fall, we did a training for the youth coordination officers at the police academy and show them how to use our app, Discover DYCD, because we want to make sure young people who are hanging out on the streets, not enrolled in our programs, know where their programs are. And so instead of an officer having a negative interaction with a young person who might be hanging out on the streets, they can have a tool to encourage a positive interaction by connecting them to services, whether it's a community center, whether it's an after-school program. And last year we had a pretty ambitious plan to help young people. I'm not sure if we can do it this year. We had a special code where a young person could scan on the code and then get an application into the public housing jobs. I know, Daphne, is that still in the works, or is that something we couldn't do this year?
So we are in discussions with the NYPD on how to best share information on the application, and also working very closely with our NYCHA partners as well as we gear up for the launch of the application.
Well, I'm glad those conversations are happening. It sounds like particularly starting last fall. I'd love to drill down more on that. Hopefully, maybe outside of this hearing. That's a very important conversation. But so my last question is, healing-centered schools and trauma-responsive educational programs have been the center of conversations around youth empowerment. Is the agency working on adopting those models for your program?
So let me start, and then Susan Haskell can add in. For the last, I want to say 7 or 8 years, we've had a conference for our providers called Healing the Hurt. And it was really to incorporate trauma-informed care in all our programs, whether they be after-school programs or programs serving homeless youth. And so we've been working with our technical assistance provider. They're called Vibrant. They used to be called the Mental Health Association, but they rebranded themselves as Vibrant. So Susan can talk a little bit about that because she's also our lead on Thrive-related initiatives.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Bill. I think leading up to the pandemic, DYCD put a tremendous amount of focus on mental health resources, and Thrive really helped, coalesce some of those efforts. So training for providers who are working directly with young people, training for DYCD staff to help providers who reach out to us and say, we've got this situation, we're not sure what to do. This young person is in crisis, this family's in crisis. We've offered a more intense TIPS training, we call it, which many provider agency have sent staff to that really digs deeper. It's not a one-time training, it goes on for months, again, through Vibrant, as Bill mentioned. And did I say mental health first aid, of course, has been a priority with the agency, and getting those resources to community programs. We recently updated a guide for mental health resources. In other words, we're supporting our providers to have those skills and resources, but there are situations where a young person needs further support, clinical care, et cetera. And my colleague Paula and many of our colleagues have put together a resource guide to share with providers so they can, at a glance, have those at their fingertips when it's needed.
Thank you. I'd love to follow up on that as well. Thank you so much, Commissioner and company, and thank you, Chair Rose.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. Council. I just want to sort of ask a question about Teens Take Charge. They asked about their about making available opportunities that could be available to young people who didn't get selected for summer youth employment. And I'm really glad to hear from Commissioner Haskell that we have a resource guide for mental health services. Have you increased your outreach budget so that young people are aware of all of these services that are now available, that they could access in the absence of not being able to participate in a structured program? Do you have a budget for outreach and or to make these resources that you've developed available to the public?
So let me start, and Susan might have to add. This is what I would say under the category of one of the silver linings of the pandemic, that it's opened up a whole new way of reaching young people through the virtual outreach. And so one of the things that I don't think we've really talked about, after the George Floyd murder and the protest, I asked my staff to discuss what way can we engage young people to play more of a leadership role in what I saw as an emerging new civil rights movement. And so we turned to our youth leadership group, My Brother and Sisters Keeper, which are made of young people who are part of the Youth Council Network in our community centers. And they came up with the idea of having a virtual town hall meeting with thousands of young people every other month. And the first topic, I think, was in August, and then focused on systemic racism. And I think the second one was on mental health issues. And I think that spurred us to kind of look at what kind of resources we can develop. So one of the main vehicles that we didn't have before the pandemic was these regular town hall meetings that are youth-led. In fact, the one that was done, I think this past month, was on entrepreneurship. They pick the topics, they get the speakers, we just help them set it up. So the answer to your question, we've increased our budget by getting more young people involved in doing outreach. Susan, anything you want to add?
No, Bill, I think you hit it right on the head. It's resources in a way we take for granted, not necessarily money you see in our budget, but us developing like the skills through technology and through our IT systems, Discover DYCD, our platforms, that is really making the difference.
And young people, quite frankly, they're not going to read a flyer, but they will read a tweet or something sent to them on their social media. So we're trying to reach young people where they're at.
Okay. Again, I'd like to thank our public advocate for his questions. And I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Council Members Lewis and Council Members Riley. And now, Committee Council, if you would open the floor to our Council Committee colleagues for questions.
Thank you, Chair Rose. We will now hear questions from Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal. Councilmember Chin.
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your leadership. Commissioner Chong, it's good to see you. I know that I've been on the Youth Service Committee for all my years in the City Council, starting in 2010, and I've seen the progress. And especially in this last 8 year with this administration. I mean, the first 4 years was fighting against trying to restore all the cuts to all the wonderful programs. And I'm glad that we are making progress. And so my question, first one is on the SYEP program. I know that I really want to thank your staff and all the providers for really stepping up during the pandemic to offer programs to our youth. And we're very happy to see that the program was restored so that we don't have to start from zero like last year. So with the 70,000 slot, we still want to fight for more. So I think that, I mean, when you say you're optimistic, we're optimistic, and we want to make sure that the providers are sort of prepared when the stimulus money come down, we will make sure we fight, for some of that money to go into the youth program. So within the SYEP program of 70,000 right now, how many are allocated for the lottery and how many are designated, for special program that youth will have a guaranteed job? That's
Daphne,
my first question.
Daphne can give you that number, but I think the lottery is 45,000 and the rest is targeted programs. Is that correct, Daphne?
Yes, that's correct.
That's great. Yeah, because I think we want more slots to be really designated because, lottery is like hit and miss for a lot of the youth, and especially, less than every year, over like 130 to 150,000 apply. And that's why we want to make sure that we strive for universal, that every kid who's interested in a summer youth job or summer youth program should be able to get one. And I'm also happy to see that, summer camp, Sonic Compass, they're restored. I wanted to ask, like the new need that you put in, the 57 million for Learning Bridge, what's that program and how many kids are going to be served?
Susan can give you an answer for that.
Yeah, I'll also rely on my colleague Jadine to fill in some gaps on the funding part. That is the Learning Lab program that we ramped up to provide childcare programming on the alternate days of a DOE student who's enrolled in hybrid learning. So those contracts were, ramped up, as you know, in the fall, and we're pretty well set at this time in terms of the established programs that we have. And I think, again, I defer to Jadine. We're still working out the revenue sources on that. But we are ensuring that we have enough funding to provide the reimbursement that providers need. Jadine?
That's correct, Susan. No, you're 100% correct. The 57 million that was added to the budget matches the 70 million that's there for Learning Labs. So all told, we have about $127 million devoted to the Learning Labs.
Okay. And then my final question is, what is the justification for cutting back on Sonnet, the Sonnet program, the middle school kids? I mean, everybody talk about how important it is for teenagers to be engaged. And we have gotten so much positive reaction from parents and kids to the middle school after school program and summer program. So what is the justification for cutting that program?
I don't think there was a justification. I think, as I said earlier, in late January, when the preliminary budget was coming out, things did not look good. The state was talking about billions of dollars of cuts it was going to pass on to local cities and municipalities. The city's revenue situation was fluid, and we didn't know what the American Rescue Plan would look like. Now that it's not, it's in front of us now and it's going to be signed into law tomorrow, I think there's more confidence that there's flexibility in looking at restorations, as the budget director said during his testimony last week.
So you're confident or optimistic that we can restore this program back? And
I'm confident. It's my number one priority because, as you know, that we were relatively unscathed
expired
this year.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that because I think, we have made a lot of progress in this last 8 years under Chair Rose, and we've continued to advocate more for our youth. And we see a lot of them, like the Teen Take Charge, they're getting more active. And I'm really happy to hear because of the virtual platform that we're able to reach more young people. That I really want to thank DYCD that your staff, and the provider are being so creative during the pandemic to make sure that our kids are engaged. So thank you.
And
thank you, Chair Rose.
If you want to learn more about the town hall meetings, I believe we tape them
okay.
So I'm the last person to talk about tech, but I think there are a YouTube page. And they're very interesting because it's youth-led, and it's the young people talking, and there's no voice for adults. And it's interesting to hear, they pick the topics. So early on, when they picked the topic of mental health resources, I was surprised, but now it's clear they understood what was happening to their peers. And you see all these stories about suicides and the sense of how isolation has affected young people. So I believe it's on our YouTube channel, but someone will get back to you. Andrew Miller will get back to you if that's the case. But I think
please share with the council. I think all my colleagues probably would be interested in seeing it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chin. We will now turn to Councilmember Rosenthal for her questions.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much and welcome, Committee Council, to your first hearing. You're doing a bang-up job.
Go on if you want to start.
So Chair Rose, it's always great to see you.
The We Youth Town Hall, everyone. My name is Kawan,
you know what?
and I'll be
This
one
is
of your
my
hosts
problem.
today.
Hang on one
Today's
second.
topic is economic equality.
So I found the, sorry, I accidentally clicked on.
Listen to it after the hearing.
I will.
I think there's 3 or 4 of them.
Just so you know, sir, that they're all there and they look fabulous. I'm excited to find them. Chair Rose, it's great to see you. Thank you for, as always, chairing this incredible hearing. Commissioner, I'm heartbroken to hear that you would be leaving public. I hope you're not leaving public service. I've admired your work for a really long time.
Thank
you. Really appreciate all your good service. I wanted to follow up first on something Councilmember Chin just said. You're hopeful that the Sonic will be added back in. May I ask, would it be possible for there to decrease the amount of drama around it? Could you let us know when you know that it'll be back in, rather than us finding out when exec comes out? As you say, they're signing it tomorrow, and I'm sure OMB will have a better sense of the numbers pretty quickly. So if you can, and you can share it with the committee, I think that'd be awfully helpful, because it would help us figure out how to spend our time for what we're advocating for.
No, I understand. I mean, I've always advocated with OMB that the sooner the better, because summer programs take time. That's why with the summer jobs program, we convene people in January. That's why for summer camps, we start the plan in April, because we know to do a quality program, it takes time. And you can't plan if you don't have money. And so last year was short of a miracle. Thanks to the advocacy by the council, I know 15 minutes before the start of the fiscal year, and people work night and day, our staff and our providers, to get programs off the ground. I don't want to repeat that. I don't think anyone wants to repeat that.
And you've led me right into my next question. I appreciate that. And that is frankly about the treatment of the nonprofits and how we show our appreciation to them for doing all this work, particularly in this case at the absolute last minute. Do you happen to know how your nonprofits are doing with the loss of the indirect rate that was sort of pulled out from underneath all of us? The rug was pulled out. So I know a lot of nonprofits that were counting on that money and then, lost it.
I think that everyone who applied for it was eligible, but maybe Janine can give some sense of the timeline of who got indirect and who didn't.
Great.
Sure. Hi, Councilmember Rosenthal. I'm going to ask that Navita Bailey also be unmuted, because she has been leading the charge on my team regarding the ICR. Navita, are you live?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Hi, so good morning. So DYCD, in partnership with Mox CIT team, has been working to ensure that providers will be able to get access to it. And so we were not necessarily in charge of the outreach or recruitment, although we've done all of the communication in partnership with Mox. but providers have the opportunity to enroll in the entryway into access to funding. And so that entryway closed December 31st, a while back, but although, there was a lot of outreach repeatedly to nonprofits to enter into it. And so for those that have entered into it, DYSD is moving forward with processing those who are enrolled.
All right. I'd love to explore this a little bit more with you, Ms. Bailey, because I hear what you're saying, and I know there was some de minimis level of increase for indirect rate that
Time expired.
providers. Chair, may I continue a little? I think that was a yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you can finish it.
Thank you. But the increase they were allowed to get was tiny, and they had been promised a much bigger increase. And between the executive budget last year and adoption, all that money was withdrawn from the budget. So the nonprofits had expected to get the money. We thought they were getting the money, but the administration in the 11th hour just yanked it. So I guess what I'm asking is just that if you could, yes, they got a small amount, and that's great that you're helping them apply, but it might be helpful to check in to see how they're doing, because they lost a lot of money they expected to get.
So my suggestion is to have the conversation more productive, is to probably engage the Mayor's Office of Contract Services and OMB, because they're the decision makers on this.
Yeah.
I know the indirect thing is kind of varies from agency to agency. Some have a very high indirect rate, some are already at the 10%. So it's a more nuanced conversation. So we can certainly let Mox and OMB know that you want to have this conversation, where they're the ones who've made decisions about the deadline and all the things that I know created confusion.
Yeah, no, you're spot on right about that. Absolutely. But I'm hopeful that the ACOs at each of the agencies, the contract people who interact with the nonprofit, have a firm understanding of this really unfortunate thing that happened, so they can help guide their agencies, their nonprofits, through this experience, which is super confusing, and all done at the last minute. You're right.
In the middle of a pandemic.
Nice, yeah.
So we understand the concern and the challenges, and that some CBOs are struggling to navigate through all of it. And so what we do is we try to ensure that we inform our staff internally with the policy, so they're best informed, so they can be able to provide assistance where needed. But as the commissioner mentioned, regarding the funding of it, DYSD has no role.
Yep. Chair Rose, may I ask? Thank you. Chair Rose, may I ask just one more question? You can say no.
Yes, you can, quickly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm wondering about the Learning Labs programs and what experience you have had with serving children with disabilities. We've heard from multiple sources that has been a real challenge for families of children with disabilities. And one of the issues was that the nonprofit said, look, we're just not equipped to serve someone with these types of needs. And supposedly the administration said they might add funding so that nonprofits could, get the resources they need. Or somehow they were working on it. And I was just wondering what your experience has been with that.
So I'll start, and then Susan can give you the latest update. I think the Learning Lab initiative, as you know, was literally launched in a matter of weeks. So a lot of things were rushed to get the program up and running. We kind of did on a similar scale in 2 months what UPK did in 18 months, to give you in the middle of a pandemic. So certainly there were areas we could have improved, and helping young people with special needs was one of them. But I think we've begun to address this issue with the help of Department of Education. So Susan, you want to give an update?
Absolutely. And my colleague Tracy Cauldron, who's with us today, she's been really heroic in leading these efforts. I want to say to start that we got applications from a roughly proportionate number of students with IEPs and 504s, and our providers are very experienced and knowledgeable about working with young people with special needs, and many young people were served with reasonable accommodations in those programs. When we initially ramped up those programs, we did not have all the supports that the District 75 and other community schools have for young people. And so I think, there were roughly 50, Tracy could correct me if I'm wrong, young families who needed supports beyond, for example, a paraprofessional who could be one-on-one, which wasn't part of, the service model of a learning lab initially. Department of Education has been working very closely with us on individual families to work out those specific needs and for us to try to do what I think has never been done before, which is transfer some of those robust resources to learning labs where those young people can't be provided 5 days in school. So I think the first effort was when it's brought to our attention, well, let's see what we can do to get that young person back to the resources they're comfortable and familiar with. And if not, my colleague working closely with DOE has been doing that on a case-by-case basis.
Do you know if funding is added for it?
No, those resources are coming from the Department of Education directly.
But I mean,
it's
so
in
does
kind.
DOE add funding for the nonprofit to have, for example, a one-on-one para?
It's in-kind services, so they assign one of their people to a learning lab. So there's no exchange of money.
I see.
But
So
it's
there's
in-kind
no,
services.
yeah, I got it. Huh, that's rough. Look, it's all rough. Thank you for all your work. Thank you, Chair Rose, for your patience.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Rosenthal. Are there any other questions from colleagues?
Does not appear that we have any other questions. So if you have additional questions, Chair Rose, feel free.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for asking those insightful questions. And I would like if DYCD could let us know in advance of the town hall meetings, because some of us would like to participate, not to talk.
Listen,
I know we talk,
not talk.
but we would love to listen,
Okay.
To our youth leaders and get it, fresh off the presses. So I want to circle back to Councilmember Chin and Councilmember Rosenthal's questions about learning bridges. And can the agency confirm that the federal stimulus CARES Act funds applied for this program will cover the cost of programming and be drawn down regardless of actual enrollment outcomes?
That's a question I think OMB is going to have to answer, because, well, the devil is in the details. And so we don't know what the legislation says specifically. I'm sure they will have to review it and determine what stimulus money can be applied and what can't. In 2009, the last time there was a federal stimulus plan, DYCD received money across the board in stimulus funds, and there were all kinds of strings attached to it. So I don't want to speak out of turn. I think OMB needs to do an analysis to see what is reimbursable and what isn't.
Will you advise them as to what the need is, and so that
Well, certainly.
we can, apply the appropriate amounts?
Yes, certainly the need is clear. I mean, I think Learning Labs is literally one of these programs that there was no dedicated funding stream. We kind of had to pull it together from different places. So I don't think need is the issue. The issue is what will the American Rescue Plan funding allow us to do? And that I don't know the answer. And I think OMB is going to have to read through the weeds to find out what we can do. But, I'm hopeful, but again, OMB will have the final word on that.
Do you have any plans of expanding the programming, and have you discussed continuing the program into fiscal year 2022?
To my knowledge, the Learning Labs program will end this fiscal year. As the mayor has announced that the goal is to return to in-person instruction at schools. And the whole premise of Learning Labs was predicated on young people doing hybrid learning. And so since hybrid learning will no longer be happening in the new school year, I assume that learning bridges won't be needed.
When will we know that? I mean, that's not a definite. I know we're trying to get children back to schools, but are we sure that September we're going to see full enrollment, in-person enrollment in school?
That's a question that DOE can answer, but I know what the mayor announced is the goal is to get into in-person learning back online in the fall. So, but again, the Department of Education will be the final say on that.
Okay. And I know our public is really excited to testify. So I have one more question, and then I'll submit to you some of the other questions that we have for answers, just in the interest of time. But I'd like to know about hazard pay. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the administration allowed providers to make contract amendments after March 2020. One critical area was to include more pay, effectively hazard pay, for providers working on the front line of the pandemic response. These increases expired in July 2020 and have not been renewed. Will the administration include hazard pay or the ability for providers to amend contracts in fiscal year 2022?
This is something we're going to have to check with OMB on because they, as you know, they decide on the money, but I'm not aware of any plan currently to renew the hazard pay renewal. I don't know if Janine has anything more to add.
Okay. Well, I want to thank the administration for your testimony here today. Commissioner Chong, you've had a long and storied and very eventful, tenure with the youth services with DYCD, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. I know it's been like a husband-wife relationship. We've had our fights and our arguments. I am sure that you've been, I know that you've always had the best intentions for the youth in New York City. I'm really glad to see that we're on the same page. There's no need for a divorce, that we are amicably leaving city service at the same time. And so I just want to thank you for all that you're doing. And to one last fight is to just make sure that you get Sonic restored and work, learn, grow, so that all of our young people can be serviced. I'm really going to miss you. I hope that this isn't the last committee meeting hearing that we actually have a chance to talk.
Well, I want to thank the council for and your leadership for the support over the years. The advocacy from the outside has always been helpful to making sure funding got added to our budget. DYCD is one of those agencies. The programs that we support are very popular and they're needed, but we're not legally mandated in anything we do. So the advocacy is always important, and we're always subject to what the economy looks like and what the priorities of any mayor might be. This mayor has put a priority on youth services, and that's why our budget has more than doubled during this last 8 years. But who knows what the next mayor, what his or her priorities might be. And as I said to you last week, the next mayor, whoever he or she may be, will inherit a city that will face greater poverty and greater inequity. And DYCD is one of the few agencies whose mission is to fight poverty. And it's my hope, as we mark the 25th anniversary of this agency, we'll be doing something in the fall, probably a video. I'm not sure if we'll be doing anything in person to mark the 25th anniversary of this agency, which no one thought we would do the things we do now. The idea of putting all these different programs under one roof was in some ways an accident. It was I read the New York Times story back in 1996. It was a budget saving move to merge the Community Development Agency and the Department of Youth Services to save money in the back office operations. That was how we were born. And so I think hopefully we've taken it to a new level, to focus on really fighting poverty and to have a collective impact approach so that the programs that operate in the same neighborhoods work together to help lift the quality of life in that community, so they don't operate in silos. So that hopefully is the last big thing on my bucket list before I sign off. But thank you again for all your support.
Yes, and thank you, and all of the staff for their commitment to youth in New York City. And now I'm going to turn it back over to the moderator to gain some control and to call on the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rose. Thank you for the administration for testifying. We will now begin the public testimony portion of this hearing. First, I would like to remind everyone that I will call people up in individuals and panels. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and you will begin your testimony once the Sergeant of Arms sets the clock and gives you the cue. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. Remember that there is a few second delay when you are unmuted before we can hear you. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony. And the first panel of public testimony in the order of speaking will be Samir Gamir, Shania Campbell, Ryan LaBerry, and Michael Rivadeneira. So I will now call on Samir Gamir to speak.
Time starts now.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for giving me this platform to share my experiences with all of you. My name is Samir Gamir, and I am a 16-year-old who attends the Flushing YMCA. Let me first say that when people ask me what are some things that make me the person I am today, it's very hard to pick one, but if I had to choose, I would say 75% is because of the Y and YMCA, and 25% is because of my personality. The Y has given me so many experiences, like climbing a 50-foot giant ladder, to being able to go to City Hall, and even going to Washington, D.C. to talk to our local Congress people. All these experiences I've had is because of the teen programs like Teen Take the City, Leaders Club, and Role Scholars. Because of these opportunities, I was able to realize how important my voice really is, and speaking about things you're passionate about is not a luxury, but rather a necessity. I think we can all agree that we miss our lives pre-COVID, whether that was not wearing a mask, to having family dinners with our loved ones, but most importantly, just living our normal lives. For me personally, when the pandemic hit, the main thing I missed was going to the Y to see my friends and counselors. When I was meeting with them on a daily basis, I never realized how important it was for me. But like all things, when something is taken away from us, we finally understand its true value. For me personally, the Y is essentially my second home, in the sense that I get to truly be myself, make mistakes, and also have a place where I can try new things, so I wouldn't be afraid to go outside my comfort zone, so I can be ready for the real world. My dad even sometimes jokingly tells me when I come home from the Y that I should just take a sleeping bag over there and ask him if I could stay there just to limit the travel. Now, before the pandemic, I thought in order for me to do these things, I would have to be in person. Don't get me wrong when I say it doesn't feel the same, but nothing does anymore, so you just have to adapt to your surroundings. At first, it was a challenge because we were looking at our screens all day from school, and then we have to do the same thing for the Y. But the solution is, after school ends, just take a small break, whether that's meditating or going out for a walk, so you can feel refreshed and ready to go. There are also some perks of remote programming, like not having to travel at all, being able to see so many more people, and also having a new experience. So God forbid, if we were to have to deal with something like this again, we as teens and the Y will be ready to tackle any obstacles in our way, so all the students can have a safe space they can go to be themselves and get other resources that they need. At the end of the day, what I want all of you to take away from my speech is that without the why, I wouldn't have been able to discover myself as a person, and the why also gave me a platform to share my voice with all of you. It is vital for us to understand that the YMCA experience should not be taken for granted, and we should do as much as possible to give students resources like the Y. So instead of just going home from school to play video games, they can go to a safe space with their peers so they can share their ideas and perspectives on so many things like homework to sports to maybe even politics. For me personally, without the YMCA, I would feel like I wouldn't be the person I am today. I
Time
would feel like
expired.
my identity is incomplete, but I wouldn't know how much of an impact my voice can have on others, but also understand how people's voices would have such a big impact on myself and how I see things on society. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Shania Campbell.
Time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shania Campbell. I'm 15 years old and a student at the Fieldson School. I'm here to talk about my experience with the YMCA. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity. In the words of Tony Robbins, communication is power. Those who have mastered its effective use can change their own experience of the world and the world's experience of them. However, to effectively communicate, we must understand that there's a difference in how each person perceives this world. So I ask that as you listen to this testimony, you keep an open mind and heart. Now, I've been enrolled in the YMCA since first grade, but extremely active in team programming since the sixth grade. I can confidently say I would not be the person you see here today without it. I started debate in fifth grade due to a push from my YMCA supervisor. I found a passion of mine that enables me to be who I am, a transparent, strong-willed, confident leader, all thanks to the YMCA. Over time, it has become my home away from home. So when given the opportunity to shed light on the impact it's had on me, I couldn't decline. Now let's get into programming itself. The YMCA typically has many options to engage, educate, structure, and strengthen the youth. My personal favorites being Leaders Club and Teens Take the City. Now, Leaders Club is exactly what it sounds like. It is a club that meets weekly, heavily focused on discussion-based learning that aims to bring out the qualities of a leader and its participants. Teens Take the City, also known as TTC, is a program focused on civic engagement and youth empowerment. Programs like these are crucial to students now more than ever. Everyone here knows that the circumstances we are experiencing are anything but normal, but if there's anything that is craved, it's normalcy. The YMCA is that for a lot of teens, but it could do so much more if it was able to run similar to how it did pre-COVID-19 with a higher budget. Currently, there are some programs run remotely via Zoom, but it's not the same. Not all branches have the ability to host remote meetings, and not all students have the ability to join them. At the beginning of the school year, I myself didn't know what to expect for programming. After all, just one day after I had attended my Y, it shut down and has yet to reopen for things other than learning labs. Yet I was relieved and filled with hope when I found out I would at least have TTC. It not only values my voice, but keeps me critically thinking and involved. Outside all of this, the experiences gained from nonprofits like the Y are unlike any other. It has become essential. How many teens can say they've traveled to DC to speak with senators, meet with council members, and have weekends out of the year to retreat, enjoy nature, and grow along like-minded teens? Not enough. Programs like these will never not be needed, so I urge that you recognize their importance and help to provide more. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Ryan LeBerry to testify.
Time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Ryan LeBerry, and I'm a 16-year-old from Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York. At first, I can start by saying that I'm thankful to speak on the behalf of an illustrious organization such as the YMCA of Greater New York. I began to go to the YMCA in the 6th grade. I began to attend the YMCA in the 9th grade, while I truly began to participate in the YMCA in the 10th grade. Throughout my time at the Y, I've had the opportunity to participate in teen programs such as Teens Take the City, a program based around city government but in a mock format. Leaders Club, a program that empowers young people to not only understand their role as the future, but as the present. And Rose Scholars, a program based around gearing participants for the contemporary workforce ahead of us through future preparations. Throughout all of these programs, I found myself gaining something that I never thought I would gain as a result of participating, this being a new mindset. I've been able to strengthen myself as a person and by breaking out of my shell, expressing myself in areas through public speaking and building long-lasting bonds with people I may have never met if not for the YMCA. I've also been blessed to have the opportunity to visit my congresswoman in DC, travel to Washington State to study life underwater, and to sadly witness the YMCA experience financial hardships due to the pandemic. Normally, I would attend the Flatbush YMCA since it's closer to me. However, due to hardships with the branch, I've been I had to relocate to the North Brooklyn branch, which is a bit farther. I occasionally attend remote, but find myself taking the travel more often, since being remote does not provide that same atmosphere that I was in need of. I think many teens can attest to the idea that virtual programs or education in of itself doesn't always provide that same benefit we seek for personal happiness. The YMCA is a safe haven for many. Not being able to access that safe haven can be destructive to one's personal stability. It's worthy to note that a Harvard study reported that young people were heaviest hit due to the pandemic mental health impacts. They reported the highest in symptoms of loneliness, anxiety, and depression. Personally, participating in school doesn't always bring happiness, especially when you're a child of Caribbean parents who have had it way harder than you have, and you have to try to put yourself onto doing more rigorous activities and rigorous workloads. Finding ways to alleviate this burden was hard for me, and I know, if not for the YMCA, I would not be able to find ways to stay calm and productive while doing all I can to achieve all I must. With full transparency, I'd still be stressing about finishing my personal statement and studying for the SATs, if not for all the resources that were given to me through the YMCA. Not only has the YMCA been able to grow upon my impacts as a person or as a student, but also has allowed me to find my way towards a future path. As we've heard today and will continue to hear, this is not only a testament of how nonprofits such as the YMCA have helped me, Ron LeBerry, but how it's helped teens and young people all across the 5 boroughs. The YMCA is not only a gym, but it's a place
Time expired.
for all teens across NYC and all young people across NYC. With this being said, such spheres should have funding to continue their impact, and hope that with the YMCA being one of such spheres, we are able to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Michael Rivadeneira.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Rose and members of the Youth Service Committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Rivadeneira, Senior Director of Government Relations for the YMCA of Greater New York. I'm glad you had the opportunity to hear Cheyenne, Ryan, and Samir, 3 inspirational youth who have participated in several Y after-school programs funded by DYCD and directly by the council, like Teens Take the City. Hearing the voices of those directly impacted by these decisions should be the ones heard and listened to. So I will not take much time, and I'll summarize my testimony. I want to recognize that 2020 brought us 2 pandemics, one that we have lived with for a long time, racial injustice, and COVID-19, which has taken many friends and families from us. Throughout these pandemics, our youth have shown us how resilient they are. However, we should not take for granted their resiliency, which is what the FY22 preliminary budget does. The mayor speaks of a recovery for all, but the FY22 preliminary budget neglects our youth in the recovery mandate he has instituted by completely eliminating Summer Sonic. A recovery for all must include all our youth from 0 to young adult. Our youth need stability and consistency like the rest of us. We need fully funded and more investments in age-appropriate youth programming to keep our youth engaged, to re-engage them after a traumatic year, and to give them opportunities to grow and succeed in life. COVID-19 response initiatives, such as Learning Lab and Learning Bridges, should be extended through the summer and into the next school year to support DOE's effort to address student learning loss, as well as their operational needs for space to safely accommodate learning. In order to successfully serve our youth and families this summer and the next school year, providers need to know that programs are fully funded by April. And we need to know as soon as possible DYCD's and DOE's expectations of providers, along with guidance on how to deliver these services safely as we transition into more in-person programming. Chair Rose, thank you for being an outstanding advocate for our youth.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The second panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be Jorge Morales, Mariam Chaudhry, Carmen Lopez Villamilla. Tatiana Arguello, and Sarah Silverman. I will now call on Jorge Morales.
Before we begin, I think Councilmember Rosenthal is trying to get our attention.
My apologies. Go ahead.
No worries at all. I just wanted to say hello to Michael and all the students. Teens Take Charge and Teens Take the City are some of my favorite groups. When we were in person, I always loved welcoming the Teens Take the City class to the chambers of the City Hall, and enjoyed seeing you all debate resolutions that you had prepared, and then seeing how the votes have turned out. They surprised me. And I just want to share with you one that surprised me that's always stuck with me, which is whether or not we should have the screens in schools, the security things that you walk through.
Metal detectors.
Thank you, Chair Rose. So, and I was sure this was going to be a slam dunk, that we should eliminate them. And I heard both sides talk about it. And then the vote was pretty dispositive that we should keep the metal detectors, that students did not feel safe. Now, that really has made me think, and think twice about what I believe should happen compared to what those who have lived experience think should happen. And it's a great reminder for people for adults to be a little bit humble and step back and listen more. It's helped me serve better as a council member, what I've learned from you. So I really want to congratulate you for participating in the program, to all the students, and hope that you continue to participate in civic ways as things move forward. And I'm excited, and well, actually I won't be there, but I hope you're back in the chambers next spring, debating on the floor again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Rose, for the minute to say that.
Yeah, that's fine. I too want to add that I am so proud. I listened to the young people last night at the rally, and they were articulate, they were passionate, they know what they want, they know what they need. And I want to thank you for, being the impetus behind the fight, and I want to thank all of the adult leaders and the committee for change, for all of the groups, all of the participants. And Michael, I didn't make the CCRB meeting last night because I just was so enamored with our young people that I thought that was the place I needed to be. So thank you all. Thank you. I'm thanking all of the young people in advance of their testimony. Thank you for being here and waiting so long to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rose, as well. We will now continue with the second panel, and I will call on Jorge Morales.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon to the Council's Youth Service Committee and to all of those watching this hearing. My name is Jorge Morales. I am a junior at the University of Rochester, and I am also a Teens Take Charge alum and have been one of the leaders working on our SYEP advocacy. Today, I am here once again to testify in regards to the Summer Youth Employment Program and to other crucial youth programming. Over the past couple of weeks, Teens Take Charge and other stakeholders have been meeting to discuss the road to universal SYEP. Now more than ever, it seems like New York City is getting close to providing universal SYEP. Last week, Teens Take Charge had all top mayoral candidates commit to universal SYEP within the first year of their administration, that being 2022. This is all really exciting and long overdue, but we look forward to incorporating more youth in the planning process of this program. That being said, Teens Take Charge have a responsibility to advocate for the youth. I do not have to remind you all of how bad the COVID-19 has devastated New York City's youth. Many have been extremely disconnected, and it is because of this that we expect an overwhelming demand for paid skilled building opportunities. Now more than ever, we need a robust plan that provides youth with paid opportunities to advance academically and professionally. I want to echo Public Advocates Williams' call for more than 70,000 slots. We believe that with a little creativity, we can serve at least 100,000 youth this year. How do we do it? We believe that there's a lot of untapped capacity in our high school and colleges, which will already be offering summer classes to record numbers of youth. Let's give our schools who know their students best the chance to provide enriching paid school site internships and career readiness programming. In addition to DOE and CUNY, youth, nonprofit, and providers who do not currently host SYEP could help add the needed capacity for these additional spots. We appreciate the council's commitment for universal SYEP, but the commitment has to go beyond words. We need to make tangible progress towards that goal this year. We hope that you all are responsive to what the youth wants, deserves, and most importantly, needs. Young people just experienced the worst year of their lives. In times like this, we must be creative and pool all of our resources to meet the youth's extenuating needs. Investing in our youth is not a cost, but rather an investment. An investment not just to our youth, but to the future of our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jorge. I will now call on Miriam Chowdhury.
Good morning. I'm Miriam Chowdhury. I'm a sophomore at the Young Women's Leadership School of the Bronx and a Teens Take Charge organizer, also a member for Project 1424. I testified in January when DYCD and a lot of you council members said you'd reach out to young people in the SYEP planning process. We haven't heard anything from you in the last 2 months. I'm here to remind you that our voices matter in this process. We have needs and ideas. The most important and most basic is that we need jobs. 70,000 slots is not enough for this essential program. We have big dreams and we expect you to help us achieve them. I have big dreams that I will make into a big plan. I plan on attending college and working towards becoming a pediatric psychiatrist. Honestly, I'm not sure how I might do this though. I don't even know how to file my taxes and I have a long journey ahead of me. As a sophomore, I know there's so much ahead of me, but I'm not being taught how to conquer this. I have been turned down for jobs because I lacked experience and SYEP could have helped me with that. SYEP could have helped me because it would have given me a chance to see and feel how it is to be employed, the pros and cons of working. SYEP must be expanded because every student who wants to gain experience from SYEP should be provided that opportunity. SYEP would be so significant during this pandemic because there are so many families struggling as we speak and students can be helping their family out with the employment they are provided through SYEP. As a person a part of a family with someone disabled in it, SYEP can help me earn money so I can help and support my family. To reach my goal of becoming a pediatric psychiatrist, I need relevant work experience. SYEP can help me by providing this. I lack experience in the work field. It's always nice to have some experience in the field you want to grow in. Internships at hospital or just being able to get the experience of working with kids will help me grow as a person. Every day we are in school being taught so many things, but I have no knowledge or experience of what I have to do in order to become a pediatric psychiatrist. Internships and SYEP can help me fill in that gap. Although there are many people helping to plan SYEP this summer, you are far from guaranteeing that every teenager will be employed. I have yet to see any outreach within DYCD. It just gives off that the future of New York City is not important to you. As people who are supposed to guide you towards the right path, it is not evidently happening. If we don't start for change now, when will it start? We can't start when it's too late. Then it will never happen. I hope everyone gains a better understanding of why SYEP and employment matters to me. It is important for you to listen to us because we are the future of New York City. We are fighting to make the city better for everyone, and expanding SYEP is a start.
Thank you, Miriam. I will now call on Carmen Lopez Villamil.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Carmen. Quick heads up, I'm in history, so if I get cold call, I'm out. But I just wanted to start by saying that Chair Rose and Councilmember Chin I really appreciate that you name Universal SYEP as your primary goal, and I'm excited for it to happen next year. I look forward to meeting with you guys and your colleagues about it in the next few weeks. And until then, we'll continue to fight for universal jobs. For me, a job means security and support. It means money for college tuition and something exciting to look forward to. It means connecting with my peers in a way that I haven't been able to for the last year of remote learning. For me and all of my peers, SYEP is an essential program. We've heard from providers that they do not have the capacity to reach universal this year, but that doesn't mean that our needs go away. We're going to apply for SYEP in record numbers this year because we need something meaningful to do. If you're going to turn away youth because of capacity restrictions, youth who've gone out of their way to weave through lengthy applications just because they really want a job, you need to give us a backup. So here's my challenge to DYCD. This year, every young person who applies will receive support and opportunities from DYCD, even if it's not a paid job. This is what we're calling SYEP Unbound. Every young person who's not offered a paid slot should be automatically enrolled in SYEP Unbound, a suite of career exploration and development resources, expanded access to existing programs like Hats and Ladders and DYCD's youth town halls, resume writing and financial literacy workshops. But we also need real credentialing options like the CUNY upskill model. We're talking about free access to Coursera or masterclasses. Give us a summer-long opportunity to learn professional skills. I've seen the commissioner's outdated resource guides. An email with links is not enough for us. We need support for every youth who wants a job this summer. We need peer-to-peer conversations, panels with professionals, and credentialing options. Like we've said many times before, youth, not just providers, should be involved at every stage of designing these experiences. I've loved watching the DYCD youth town halls, but let's do more. We will not let you leave any young person behind. We demand SYEP Unbound for every single kid who applies. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. I will now call on Tatiana Aguero.
Time starts now.
Good morning. I first want to thank Chair Rose and the City Council at large for championing and enjoying the baseline of SYEP for this fiscal year. My name is Tatiana Arguello. I am the Director of Workforce Development at United Activities Unlimited. We are one of the largest SYEP providers in New York City. I just want to use my time to highlight the situation on the ground. Long before COVID-19, young adult poverty was on a rise, with young people facing crippling college debt, high unemployment rates, stagnant wages, and increased high cost of living. It is no secret that young people will feel the impact of this pandemic-induced recession for decades to come and will bear the brunt of its economic consequences. Young people have been disproportionately impacted, facing extremely limited opportunities to telework, as many youth traditionally work in retail and hospitality, industries that have been severely impacted by COVID-19. Just as it was true during the 2008 Great Recessions for millennials, members of Generation Z are experiencing elevated unemployment rates, lower earnings, reduced net worths, decreased rates of savings, high levels of student loan debts, lower rates of home ownerships, loss of learning, and higher rates of co-residence with parents. I'm sure economists and other experts were right about the lasting effects of these generations and their trajectory. There will be some that will never recover from these losses. In many ways, our youth are also missing out on the human connection, as we generally understand and seek it, and are dealing with mental health. And all of this is not even to touch on the troubling statistics reflecting more severely negatively impacting and a great uphill climb for people and households of color in all aspects of this crisis: employment, income, housing, security, food insecurity, health, and mortality. Programs like SYEP and Work, Learn, and Grow help to tackle these issues. As we know, young people are the future of America, of New York City's workforce and economy. We need to continue to fight for youth on workforce programming, including this coming year, to avoid further damage that can cripple this generation. The asks are simple: an increase of PPP, price per participant, for providers to cover the true cost of OY programming, especially with this new proposed model, so that we can actually see impact. a restoration and expansion of Work, Learn, Grow to include all service models, and a restoration of Sonic Summer. In light of this pandemic, we cannot overlook the employment and economic conditions of young people. We need to ease the pessimism about their futures, not with false optimism or superficial sentiments, but by changing the trajectory. We need to understand that there are new opportunities on the horizon, and it is our responsibility as a city to seize them, to bring them to light, and to prepare our young people to be prepared to make the most of the opportunities yet to come.
Time.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I'll now call on Sarah Silverman.
Time starts now.
I want to thank Chairwoman Rose and the Committee on Youth Services for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Silverman, and I've been a participant in the Wildlife Conservation Society's Discovery Guide program since 2020. Each year, this program engages more than 500 young people. The Wildlife Conservation Society, WCS, has been able to adapt and maintain our diverse young offerings during a global pandemic. Our Career Lattice program provides WCS youth, ages 14 to 24, with paid leadership opportunities that scaffold their professional experience and prepare them to transition into paid positions in WCS and our local communities. This program combines education, workforce development, networking, and outreach to increase opportunities for over 1,400 youth who work and learn at our 5 facilities, and now virtually due to COVID-19. With renewed support from the Speaker and City Council, WCS will be able to continue to provide a growing group of diverse young New Yorkers with the experience to build meaningful careers at our 5 parks and the skills to begin lifelong careers in STEM. Despite our parks closing to the public for 5 months due to the COVID-19 pandemic, WCS as an organization never stopped serving the public and our youth. WCS Education continues to provide our Career Lattice members with health and emotional support, access to staff members, and an array of resources and more. We also continue to operate robust and engaging virtual programs and provide support for the over 600 part-time employees we will hire in 2021. Before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, I had planned my whole summer around joining the Discovery Guide program at the Central Park Zoo. Even though I wasn't able to be there in person, I was so grateful the program transitioned into a virtual experience, or else I would have had absolutely nothing to do. I developed professionalism and communication skills and met an amazing group of peers. This program showed me how science and conservation can be intertwined in incredible ways and opened my eyes to careers I never knew were possible. Opportunities like the Discovery Guide program and other youth opportunities at WCS are critical for NYC youth and families that rely on them not only for income, but for first job experiences that teach us about the world, ourselves, and expand their network. I love this experience and can't wait to continue developing my career with additional opportunities from WCS. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be Luis Fuentes, Daryl Hornick-Becker, and Nora Moran. I will now call on Luis Fuentes.
Time starts now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Luis Fuentes, and I'm the Senior Program Director for the Monterey Cornerstone. I have worked for Good Shepherd Services for 13 years, and during that time, I've been a group leader, teen service coordinator, and now a director. Thank you, Chair Rose, and the members of the Committee on Youth Services for the opportunity to testify on after school during today's preliminary budget hearings. Last year, when the pandemic hit, I went from director to first responder. We supported the city in opening the regional enrichment centers, the grab-and-go meal centers, the learning labs, provided social and emotional supports to children and families, and supported educators and students with remote learning, and all the while keeping children safe. This was all happening as Good Shepherd Services had to lay over 300 individuals as a result of the cuts that youth services experienced last year when the mayor eliminated all youth service programs. Those of us that remain had the impossible job of continuing to support families in the midst of a pandemic while mourning the loss of our colleagues and navigating the precautions of social distancing and wearing masks to keep both ourselves and the children and families we interact with daily safe. Last year, I participated in 16 Fun Youth NYC rallies to fight back the cuts. And just yesterday, I co-hosted the first round of Fun Youth NYC rallies to denounce the mayor's proposal to cut Sonic slots this summer in his preliminary budget. I'm here today to ask the council to negotiate a budget that includes Sonic slots for over 45,000 children who depend on supports and engagement now more than ever. Because there is still uncertainty, we are planning for both remote and in-person. We are considering new ways to have youth connect with each other. Last year, summer programs included a community engagement and salsa congress. During the school year, we had over 100 children, grades 8 through 12, participate in Speak Up initiatives where kids gave back to the community. We provided virtual activities that help kids work on leadership skills, expose them to what civic engagement looks like in their communities, and created social and emotional connections among participants. The youth also learned about how to make their communities better during COVID. These experiences, these meaningful interactions, is what is at stake if the mayor is allowed to eliminate Sonic. I asked the council to help us restore these slots so we could plan accordingly. We need to stop the budget dance and the last-minute negotiations that yield slots which providers have to scramble to fill. Our parents deserve better. Our communities deserve the respect to plan ahead and not last minute. They have to schedule work and life, and the budget dance makes it very difficult for them. We need a decision to be made now and by the executive budget next month so we could plan and do not do the budget dance until June 30th. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you again, Chair Rose. She was with us out there in the rally. She's a champion then, and I know she's going to continue to be a champion.
Thank you for your testimony, Louis. I will now call on Daryl Hornick-Becker.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Hornick-Becker, and I am a policy associate at the Citizens Committee for Children of New York. I'd like to thank Chair Rose and all the members of the Youth Services Committee for holding today's hearing. In the past year, youth-serving CBOs have helped bridge the digital divide, supported working families, and addressed children's trauma and behavioral health needs. Summer camps and SYEP last year, and after school and the Learning Bridges sites this year have played a significant role in keeping our schools, communities, and economy running during the pandemic. And they will be vital to an equitable and lasting recovery. And yet, once again, youth programs are one of the first areas to be cut in the budget. It is shameful to ask CBOs to step up to the plate only to continually slash their budgets, handicap their programming, and throw the youth and communities they serve into disarray with last-minute and partial restorations. It is well past time that the city remove children and families from the annual budget dance. First, the administration must restore summer Sonic funding for middle school students and add and baseline funding for additional slots. The preliminary budget includes a $5.7 million cut to summer Sonic programs for middle school students, on top of the exclusion of one-time funding for the vast majority of spots. This means, as it currently stands, the budget includes zero funding for Summer Sonic. Up until late February, middle school students were learning entirely remotely. These students will require the academic engagement and learning loss prevention that summer programs offer. It is imperative that the administration restores and baselines all funds for Summer Sonic, a total restoration of $25.7 million to fund 43,500 slots. And that DYCD not be caught flat-footed and issue guidance now on how summer programs can be operated safely before restorations are in the budget. Second, the city should invest in SYEP to build towards universal access. It's important to note that in summer 2019, over 150,000 youth applied for spots and less than half received placement. To truly support employment opportunities for young people, DYCD should work with youth advocates to advance opportunities for applicants not selected in the lottery this summer. And the administration and city council should begin to significantly invest and add spots to SYEP following the summer with the goal of universal access next summer. Third, the administration must continue to support Learning Bridges and expedite background clearances for staff. Access to the Learning Bridges site should expand to include students who attend charter schools, and if the sites will be operational either during the summer or next fall, the earlier these plans can be announced and funds made available, the better equipped providers can be. Lastly, it has always been an arduous process to have new staff cleared to work in youth programs, putting providers at a disability in their ability to scale up, and this has remained true throughout the pandemic. The administration, DYCD, and DOHMH must collaborate better on the clearance process and allow providers to onboard new staff in a timely manner. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Nora Moran.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We are a policy organization representing New York City's 40 settlement houses located in all 5 boroughs. And these organizations really are leaders in the youth development field, working with young people in after school, SYEP, cornerstones, and beacons. My written testimony is a lot more detail, but I'm going to focus on just a couple issues here. We all know how challenging COVID-19 has been both for young people and for the staff who are working with them and supporting them. Community-based organizations have stepped up in amazing ways over the past year to provide emergency childcare, to run learning labs when this program didn't exist, mere months before, and really went above and beyond to work with young people to make sure that they and their families were supported during COVID. We are in a much better place in this FY22 preliminary budget than we were last year. It's very promising that funding was restored for summer beacons, cornerstones, that there is money for SYEP and for Compass, but there is one glaring exception, and that is Summer Sonic funding. We have done this budget dance year over year. We've heard providers talk about it. Right now in the preliminary budget, there is no funding for those one-time slots that we always come through. And to add insult to injury, this year there also was a new cut to the baseline that we had never seen before. And as of right now, there is no Summer Sonic funding available for this summer when middle school students have been learning remotely throughout much of this year. And when we know that everybody is going to need support to recover from the effects of the COVID pandemic, but especially middle school students. So we really urge the mayor and the city council to settle Summer Sonic funding as soon as possible. It cannot go until the last minute. Providers need time to prepare, to find locations. We need, the DOE to be coordinating in all of this to make sure that their sites are available. And we're calling for 2 things specifically: that $5.7 million cut to the baseline be restored, and that there be an additional $20 million invested for the 34,000 one-time slots that come through for Summer Sonic each year. On the Summer Youth Employment Program, we are very glad that we're not repeating last year's mistakes and that there's funding in prelim for 70,000 slots. UNH is thrilled that we are on a path to universal SYEP and look forward to working with everybody to get there next year. And we are, definitely very supportive of the SYEP Unbound idea. We think it's a great way to make sure that more youth are served this summer, and in different and new ways. And finally, want to echo my colleague Daryl's comments about comprehensive background checks. This continues to be an issue, and we really need to make sure that if and when Summer Sonic is restored, that DOH/MH has the capacity to clear people quickly and make sure that background checks are done quickly so that staff can be hired for summer camp.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The 4th panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be Alicia Guevara, Mam Fatou Doucouré, Abraham Velasquez, and Nicole Hamilton. I'll now call on Alicia Guevara to testify.
Time starts now.
Alicia, are you available?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Committee Chair Rose, and to the members of the New York City Council for holding this very important hearing on youth services. My name is Alicia Guevara, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Big Brothers Big Sisters of New York City, the nation's first and New York City's largest youth mentoring organization. And today, I come before you to advocate on behalf of the thousands of children and youth that Big Brothers Big Sisters serves each year across the 5 boroughs of New York City. Youth who continue to experience disruptions to supports and services due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while Big Brothers Big Sisters of New York City has been able to pivot during this time to continue meeting the needs of our youth, their families, and our volunteer mentors, we know that this would not have been possible without the generous support of the New York City Council and our broader community of stakeholders. So many programs have been discontinued or defunded. And as the city's conversations turn to recovery, it's critically important that we center young people, focusing our attention on shoring up the resources and supports that enable them to realize their biggest possible futures. It certainly has been an unimaginable year, and we know the littles in our community are experiencing the impacts of the pandemic in an even more pronounced way. A quarter of the young people we serve live in neighborhoods most heavily impacted by COVID-19. Close to 89% of our youth identify as Black or Latinx, two communities that continue to bear the brunt of learning loss, personal loss, economic strife, health disparities, and the digital divide. These realities reinforce the urgency of mentoring as an essential support for young people across the 5 boroughs. Since moving to a remote environment last March, I'm proud to share that over 85% of our mentor matches that were together before the onset of COVID-19 remain matched today. That even in the face of tremendous personal changes experienced since last March, so many of our mentors opted in when it would have been much easier or convenient for them to opt out of mentorship. And this is what a commitment to building a better, more equitable, more connected city means. It means ensuring that the needs of our youth, their voices, their talents, and their potential are amplified and uplifted, not pushed to the side or deferred. In the case of Big Brothers Big Sisters of New York City, we center youth by matching them with compassionate, caring adult mentors who stand for them and for igniting their potential. It's imperative that the New York City Council restores not just the full funding of our organization, but all other programs that provide essential services to young people in our city. These essential supports, including mentoring, will not only mitigate the immediate impacts of the pandemic, but also ensure our young people are set up for long-term success and therefore ensure New York City's future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Big Brothers Big Sisters and the children and young people across the city of New York.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Ma'am Fatou Doucouré.
Time starts now.
My name is Ma'am Fatou Doucouré, and I am a youth organizer at the Brotherhood and Sister Soul. It's upsetting me that we have to attend hearings to demand a police-free school, fully fund school, only to see that our city budget continue to fund the criminalization of NYC students. We who care about the wellness of marginalized students in New York City do not believe in the super special transfer of school safety agents from the NYPD to the DOE. We do not believe that the city budget should continue to underfund our school and community. To address issues worsened by COVID-19, we have to find money to create meaningful shift in our education system, and instead of create pathway to students' success. This will require police-free schools, failure to divest from schools, and invest in student success will mean that our city continue to fail us youth. Our city does not do enough to ensure that our schools are fully funded and fully resourced as so as to meet the need of all students. We need to remove all police present, whether under the DOE or NYPD, and shift those funds to actually offer mental health support and overall support for all young people, including SYEP. None of the schools I have attended have the resources for mental health support. In my current school, every teacher has the role of advisory, but we have no guardian counselor or therapy. And I have not had any support to prepare for college either. In school, not only do I feel like I'm being spent on, but I feel criminalized, as if the SSAs are just waiting for me to make one mistake to get us in big trouble. Additionally, a lot of peers and I have other negative interaction with the SSAs. The presence of police in our school comes at cost of having actual student support. This paired with the disproportion and the negative impact police has on school students who are low income, Black and Latinx, means that we are more likely to be the subject of
Time expired.
discipline. And the police response at school that their white peers. Continue to fund police and policing culture in our school will make it clear that this is an issue of lack of political will. We young people are closest to the problem, and therefore you need to hear us when we offer a solution. You all have to have the power to meaningfully shift the fund from the police, reinvest in our community. But this requires radical action, beginning with the budget. To meet the demands of the people who took the street and the organizers now in the room, you have to end the criminalization of youth and students of color while deconstructing the school to prison pipeline. And you must do it now. Join us or be part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now be calling on Abraham Velasquez.
Time starts now.
Afternoon, Chair Rose and City Council members. My name is Abraham Velasquez, and I'm an educator and organizer of the Brotherhood Sister Soul. For more than 25 years, the Brotherhood Sister Soul, BROSIS, has been at the forefront of social justice, educating, organizing, and training to challenge inequity and create opportunity for all. With a focus on Black and Latinx youth, BROSIS is where young people claim the power of their history, identity, and community to build the future they want to see. BROSIS youth have a vision for education in New York City that includes safe, restorative, healing environments where all students have the opportunity to learn and grow. To meet this goal, the City Council must pursue legislation that values and respects the dignity of students, caregivers, and their communities. This requires funding SYEP, which we're grateful for, providing schools equitable resources, adopting a culturally responsive curriculum, preventing trauma, repairing harm, and promoting restorative practices. The budget passed this year has to reflect this vision. Today, New York City is far from where it needs to be to ensure student success as our schools face troubling realities. School segregation leads to chronic underfunding of schools in New York State, which has negative and disparate impacts for Black, Latinx, and low-income students, giving subsequent resource disparity. Only 77.3% of the 1.1 million children in the DOE system will graduate on time, and only 55% of New York City high school graduates will graduate college ready. 1 in 10 NYC public school students is homeless, houseless. Additionally, in a nation in which 14 million students are in schools with police, but no counselors, nurse, psychologists, or social workers, New York City has more school safety agents, SSAs, than any other district in the United States. The presence of police in our schools has disproportionately impacted students who are low income, Black and Latinx, who are more likely to be the subject of exclusionary discipline and police presence at school than their white peers. Everyone in the City Council, however, has the power to shift this, beginning with meaningfully shifting funds from the police, reforming their responsibilities, and reinvesting in our communities. We must deconstruct the school to prison pipeline, end broken windows policing, and truly decriminalize low-level offenses that lead to our youth having negative contact with the state and carceral systems. And we must do this now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Nicole Hamilton.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rose and members of the
and staff of the Committee of the Youth Services for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicole Hamilton, and I am currently the Director of Community Partnerships at Girls for Gender Equity, or GGE. I previously served as the Director of Urban Leaders Academy, GGE's social justice-based after-school programs for almost 10 years. I am testifying today in strong support of returning full funding to the Department of Youth and Community Development, and to speak specifically to concerning trends of outsourcing youth work to the NYPD. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, GGE convened a Zoom call of over 100 youth service providers, educators, city agency employees, mental health professionals, social workers, and others out of a necessity in rapid response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the upheaval that it caused. Here we are almost a year later, still holding that space to support this dynamic group of people who love, serve, and support young people day in and day out. DYCD is facing continued and disproportional divestment. We thank Council for your leadership in preserving SYEP in some form after the Mayor proposed its cancellation in FY21. And we thank the Council for the stated commitment to returning SYEP slots for the summer of 2021. However, we are concerned that the funding for SYEP falls short of sustaining SYEP in its entirety, as funding for FY22 is just 75% of what it was in FY20. Further funding for DYCD in FY22 is $200 million less than what it was in FY20, $200 million less. Young people are severely impacted by these cuts because they take away the vital resources that they need, as you have heard testimony after testimony today, while continuing to siphon these funds into the budget of the NYPD. Young people are watching and listening, and they will not forget that their cries for the city to stop criminalizing, dehumanizing, and traumatizing them day in and day out by the ever-looming presence of police that have been consistently ignored. They will not forget that the city sends officers who wield the power to enact deadly force into their schools and onto their playgrounds and into their train stations and their bodegas and their youth programs and into the very buildings where they live. Despite their outrage and pleas, the city doubles down and finds even more ways to give the NYPD access and portals into the lives of young people. We know that quality programs are a protective factor in the lives of many young people, yet it seems that the city is willing to forfeit their protection in order to bolster the budget of the NYPD, who are ironically called to serve and protect, and they often do the opposite. We call on the council to invest in programs that build skills, cultivate communities, heal past harms, spark inquisitiveness, value individuals for what they bring, validate, affirm, connect, uplift, and support. In addition, the public needs full transparency about the current relationships with their budgetary impact.
Time expired.
DYCD and NYPD. We heard this morning that DYCD collaborated with the NYPD at Police Academy to start up a new youth coordination officer program, endorsing the use of police as DYCD outreach strategy. This is outrageous. Young people must be able to be outside, play, and have joyful everyday youthful experiences without police intervention. The mayor's March 5th police reform and reinvention proposal expands on what we've seen in our communities, the tangling together of youth programming and policing. With SYEP, for example, we understand that NYPD is one of the larger SYEP work sites where youth are placed in local precincts, One Police Plaza, and other NYP units and commands. The city has created devious and secretive partnerships between the NYPD and DYCD, forcing young people to interact with police at Beacon and Cornerstone centers and DYCD contracted youth serving organizations. What's worse, the patrol guide is continuously and outrageously adapted so that police are instructed to perform a myriad of tasks with the intent of insidiously infiltrating youth spaces, just so that they can stay in close proximity to young people, even when young people themselves have stated that they are not welcome. And let's face it, those jobs rightfully belong to other people, people without the legal authority to use physical and deadly force to carry with them the threat of imminent criminalization. Those jobs belong to food service workers, restorative justice practitioners, counselors, school nurses, parent coordinators, and a long list of other positions that are severely understaffed and also require specific skill sets and levels of expertise and experience in youth development. The NYPD's intelligence-driven policing model.
To wrap up, can you begin to wrap up? Okay.
Last sentence, absolutely. Thank you so much for the extension. The NYPD's intelligence-driven policing model is information sharing practices across city agencies. Its omnipresence and surveillance infrastructure make it clear and apparent and imperative that DYCD must be free from the NYPD. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now begin calling on the next panel for public testimony. Our speakers in order will be Shuk Cheng, a representative of Reach Out and Read of Greater New York, Emily Gertz, Kaveri Sengupta, Shamar Watson, and Judy Ling. I will now call on Shuk Cheng to testify.
Time starts now.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Rose and member of the City Council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shukin Chen, and I oversee one of the many after-school programs CPC provides across the city. CPC stands for Chinese American Planning Council, Inc. Briefly, our mission is to promote social and economic empowerment of Chinese American immigrants and low-income communities. My program is called Learn and Earn. It is a 3-year program for high school juniors, seniors, and college freshmen. Our youth are from low-income families with income threshold that fall within the U.S. federal poverty guideline. Many will be the first in the family to go to college and majority Asian. We provide enrichment workshops which most schools do not offer, including but not limited to financial literacy, cooking, art and craft, mental health and well-being, college and work readiness, professional etiquette, and mentorship opportunities. COVID-19 exacerbated the income disparity and education gap of our youth and their families. Our after-school program turned into essential services due to high demands for assistance in unemployment benefits, rent relief applications, scheduling, vaccination appointments, and translation services. With limited staff, we scrambled to also help youth coping with xenophobia, old technology frustration, Zoom burnout, and an increase in anxiety, panic attacks, and depression. As COVID subsides, mental health among our youth will take precedence. Although mental health cannot be seen, trauma is not to be taken lightly. With anti-Asian crimes increased 150% in 2020, mostly in New York and Los Angeles, we will have it will have an even longer adverse impact than the education disparity and learning loss we are experiencing if not addressed immediately. Asians is the fastest growing population in the country and in the state of New York. I am not sure if it weren't for after-school programs like Learn and Earn and the largest Asian social service like CPC, where and who our community members turn to. Please help our community members by continuing to support the essential works we do day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on the representative from Reach Out, Teach Out.
Time starts now.
Yeah, and Read Of.
Hi, do you mean Reach Out and Read? So sorry.
I'm sorry, I do.
No worries. I just want to make sure. I was just asked to unmute. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. I am here representing Reach Out and Read of Greater New York as the program director. And we want to take this moment to testify on behalf of supporting City's First Readers, the Early Literacy Initiative. Thank you so much to the speaker and the city council members for their ongoing commitment to ensuring that New York City children who participate in our program will begin school with the literacy skills that will enable them to succeed. As many of people know here, more than half of New York City public school third graders read below grade level. And this problem is even bigger in the communities of concentrated poverty. But we know that it starts before they enter school. And that's really where City's First Readers comes in. We want to prevent that from happening to begin with. It's also important to note that the return on investment for high quality early childhood education programs is cited at 13%. So that is a significant gain there. So Reach Out and Read of Greater New York for 20 years has partnered with healthcare providers, which has been even more imperative during the times of COVID-19, to put books and literacy resources in the hands of children and their caregivers. During regular pediatric checkups, our pediatricians and other pediatric providers provide new developmentally appropriate books for children ages birth to 5 and guidance to their parents and caregivers about the importance of reading aloud and literacy. Many of the resources that we provide to families at these visits are connections with our Cities First Readers partners organizations, who we know will continue to further the early childhood education support we give at these pediatric checkups. We partner with 170 of these hospitals, clinics, and care sites in New York City, and in 2020, we served over 255,000 children. Another piece that came out in the last year of our work with schools and libraries being closed, for a period of time, we knew that the majority of kids were not having access to books, but our programming at Reach Out and Read never stopped, and that's largely due to the funding that we've received from City Council. The COVID-19 pandemic provided us with an opportunity to partner with New York City Health and Hospitals Test and Trace Corps, where we trained their resource navigators to deliver early literacy guidance as they were getting tested for COVID, as well as provide them with new books for children. And then additionally, as a team with Cities First Readers, we came together to provide books, crayons, art supplies, activity sheets, and more for the Test and Trace Take Care kits for families who test positive for COVID. So in addition to getting the PPE that they need, they were also receiving educational materials for their children.
Time expired.
Can finish your sentence.
Okay, and that was it. So thank you so much. We really appreciate the opportunity, and we feel honored to be a member of Cities First Readers. And we hope that it continues to be funded. It's such a vital source for our littlest New Yorkers. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now be calling on Emily Gertz.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. I had a little trouble unmuting. Thank you, Chair Rose and committee members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Gertz, and I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives at Literacy, Inc. We are a program partner and the managing organization for the New York City Council's Early Literacy Initiative, Cities First Readers. Cities First Readers includes 15 active partners that work in all 51 council districts to create equity of opportunity for children under 5 who are affected by systemic poverty. Annually, as a coalition, we support 1 million families, providing them with critical early learning programming that ensures all New York City children have a solid foundation to start school successfully, thrive academically, and succeed beyond their school years. Continued funding for Cities First Readers in fiscal year 22 is essential because equity results from access and opportunity. For far too long, investments are made in communities after problems are so endemic that change feels impossible. Early literacy is a preventative measure, and prevention beats intervention every time. Cities First Readers helps families engage in critical pre-literacy activities like singing, talking, playing, and reading together that allow children to enter school prepared to succeed. Instead of starting behind and trying to catch up to their wealthier cohorts, with support from Cities First Readers, low-income children are on par for academic success from the start. The impact of Cities First Readers does not end there. Early literacy has a multiplying effect because literacy skills are strong predictors of improved health outcomes, civic engagement, economic self-sufficiency. Literacy increases graduation rates and decreases the school-to-prison pipeline. In essence, investments in early literacy today result in a strong society years down the road. As we all know, the COVID pandemic has impacted communities across the globe, and there's been considerable attention to the tumultuous year of learning for school-age children and teens. What has not been in the forefront is COVID's impact on the learning needs of infants, toddlers, and young children. Cities First Readers partners know that children birth to 5 have been greatly impacted by the stress their families feel and by the isolation and limited access to community programming. We actually saw an increase in families' appetite for early literacy support over the last year, as parents needed even more guidance on how to keep their littlest learners stimulated and thriving. Our families didn't have the luxury to pause or slow down in the face of the health crisis, and neither did we. Despite the challenge, we still exceeded and met our deliverables for the year. The New York City Council, such as 200,000 books 270,000 books distributed, training 1,000 early literacy professionals, and delivering more than 355,000 remote learning opportunities. The City Council took decisive action in 2014 to address the literacy crisis facing New York, and we request continued funding for fiscal year 22. Early literacy is not just important, it is a key to unlocking equity, because early literacy is a racial justice issue, an anti-poverty issue, an education issue, a health issue, and a social justice issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Kaveri Sengupta.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Kaveri Sengupta, and I am the Education Policy Coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, or CACF. Thank you so much to Chair Rose and members of the Committee on Youth Services for giving us this opportunity to testify. CACF is the nation's only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization and leads the fight for improved and equitable policies, systems, funding, and services to support those in need. CACF also leads the 15% and Growing campaign, which is a group of over 45 Asian-led and serving organizations that work together to fight for a fair, inclusive, equitable New York City budget that protects the most vulnerable Asian Pacific American New Yorkers. Two of our campaign members include the Chinese American Planning Council and Immigrant Social Services, who are testifying today. Currently, the APA community is by percentage the fastest growing group in New York City, nearly doubling every decade since 1970 and making up 15% of the population. Unfortunately, current levels of public funding for the APA community remain disproportionate to our community's needs. In fiscal year 2021, Asian-led and serving organizations received only 4.65% of City Council discretionary dollars and less than 1.5% of social service contract dollars. 15% and Growing campaign members employ thousands of New Yorkers and serve hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers. Many provide essential youth services around college and career readiness, mental health, social and emotional learning, and other areas to the 27.9% of all APAs in New York City who are under the age of 18. They need fair and equitable funding to continue to provide language accessible and culturally responsive services for our youth. While APAs have a high school graduation rate at 80%, the percentage of college and career ready students is significantly lower at about 50%. Other important statistics to note, particularly as part of DYCD's mission, is to alleviate the effects of poverty. Nearly a quarter of APAs in New York City live in poverty, which is actually the highest poverty rate across all racial and ethnic groups. APAs in New York City also have the highest poverty gap or intensity of poverty. Our organizations and young people need investment in culturally responsive and language accessible youth services, without which many immigrant young people in particular can find themselves isolated and marginalized, facing continued barriers to navigating systems and accessing critical services that would provide them on the path to being competent and responsible adults. These needs have only intensified as a result of the pandemic, which has further isolated so many of our APA young people who have contended with an enormous disruption to their education, heightened mental health challenges, and ongoing fears regarding racism. They deserve a budget that prioritizes them. This means investing in them by funding programs we know provide them with comprehensive supports and opportunities. Our priorities include baselines to Sonic and SYAP and restorations of baselines to Work, Learn, Grow. And we're happy to see funding allocated for many of these necessary programs. However, as discussed, it is incredibly worrying to see that the mayor's budget, a moral document, has deemed that Sonic programming is unnecessary during a pandemic that has done so much harm to our young people. We recommend a baseline $20.35 million in funding for Sonic.
Time expired.
These initiatives are critical to the well-being of APA young people, to provide them with safe and supportive environments to explore their interests and passions, and to ensure that their families are able to re-enter the workforce. This is especially important for Asian Americans who, during the height of the pandemic, have experienced the largest increase in joblessness of all major racial groups in New York City, with an unemployment rate of 25.6% as of May 2020. Our communities are consistently overlooked in the distribution of resources, which is harmful to us as well as to other communities of color who are denied the same resources due to the perceived success of APAs. This pandemic has highlighted a myriad of holes in our city safety net systems, and the city's response must address root problems in addition to immediate needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Shamar Watson.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Rose and the members of the Committee on Youth Services for the opportunity to present testimony today. My name is Shamar Watson, and I'm the Director of Youth Services for the Committee for Hispanic Children and Families, better known by its acronym CHCF. At the onset of the pandemic and the state shutdown, community-based organizations like CATF rapidly adjusted their services to ensure continuity and the delivery of the essential support that we offer to our students, families, and communities. During a typical school year, our school-based programs are funded through both state and city dollars to reach nearly 800 students and their families in the Bronx. Our Community Empowerment Department expands our general reach of supports in those communities through additional workshops that are open to all, beyond those involved in our school-based programs, on a number of issues reflective of the shifting and holistic needs. With the pandemic, our school-based program staff have worked closely with our school leaders to meet the needs of students and families, even beyond those we are funded for, offering language access support accessing DOE devices and technical assistance, and offering the opportunity to join virtual activities to combat the effects of quarantine on physical and mental health. An additional city program that CATF has continued to proudly participate in while adjusting to the realities of the pandemic is Cities First Readers. Cities First Readers, better known as CFR, is a collaboration of nonprofit organizations fostering the literacy development of New York City children ages 0 to 5. Families living in poverty have been devastated by COVID-19, ensuring that even more low-income children find it difficult to reach proficiency by 3rd grade. The need for Cities First Readers programming has never been greater. Children and families have been isolated for more than 1 year with limited access to the pre-literacy support. Only Cities First Reader has the capacity to engage these families to reverse this deprivation and prevent the long-term consequences from hobbling a generation of learners. We join our CFR partners in calling on the City Council to acknowledge the severity of this crisis and their commitment to addressing it by supporting the city's first readers and investing $4.6 million to extend reach and impact of this valuable program. We call on this committee to continue supporting and growing the programs that we know work. With the anticipated long-term effects of the pandemic on social, emotional well-being and educational growth for our most vulnerable young children and school-age learners, it is essential that programs like City First Readers and extended learning time programming and the culturally and linguistically responsive CBOs who deliver them are funded to thrive and grow and reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Judy Ling.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Rose and Community on Youth Services for giving us a chance to testify today. My name is Judy Ling, and I am a certified school counselor currently working at Immigrant Social Services, ISS. Since 1972, ISS is dedicated to improving the conditions and promoting the welfare of our community in the Chinatown and Lower East Side area of New York City. ISS has worked extensively with immigrant children and their families, many of whom are from low-income households with limited English proficiency. We partner with schools to provide enrichment, academic support, and prevention through OASIS, but it has been extremely difficult, especially during the pandemic, because there's just so much we can do without adequate support from the city. Nearly 50% of our Pan-Asian population in New York City lives in the hardest hit areas during the pandemic. But for fiscal year 2021, Asian-led and serving organizations only received 4.65% of City Council's discretionary funding, when we make up 15% of the population in New York City. The purpose of the 15% and growing campaign was so we could receive 15% of the discretionary dollars, which correlates to the population size. So the first citywide initiative the city should expand on is mental health services for our young people. To do that, the DOE needs to lift the current hiring freezes. Schools are already understaffed, especially when it comes to the people personnel services. COVID-19 is a traumatic experience, so now more than ever, students and families need social emotional support. I chose to be a school counselor so I could give back to my community, but was appalled that I wasn't even given a chance to a job interview, not because I didn't have the skill set, but because I was born too late to be in the field. Just simply applying SEL in schools is not enough. You need PPS to help address crises. Teachers are not trained like we are, and they are already burnt out and overworked. Also, adequate language access needs to be in place to provide mental health resources related to COVID-19, since a lot of our APA population have limited English proficiency. COVID-19 is a traumatic experience, and it is crucial for our young people to have support to process it and work through it. Adults have some skill sets to cope with the pandemic, but still struggled. So imagine how much worse it is for our youth who speaks English and the ones who don't.
Mental health resources are great for our youth, but doesn't mean anything if it is not linguistically or culturally appropriate. It also doesn't help that there are anti-Asian crimes in the midst of the pandemic. Youth need us to support them, and we cannot support them without adequate funding. ISS is at limited capacity, scrambling to help and going above and beyond, but there's just so much we could do with all these budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. For our sixth panel of public testimony, the order of speaking will be Jane R. Bigelson, Polina Ostrankova, Amy Wilkerson, a representative from Safe Horizon, and Damian Samuels. I will now call on Jane Bigelson to testify.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jane Bigelson, and I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at Covenant House, New York, where we serve young adults experiencing homelessness and human trafficking. Thank you so much, Council Chair Rose, as well as the committee for the opportunity to testify today. We're obviously aware that we're in the midst of a global pandemic and that funding is tight. However, we also know that the most vulnerable among us are faring the worst. And at Covenant House, New York, and the other RHY programs across the city, the most vulnerable among us are exactly who we serve. Young people without homes and little to no safety net before they reach our doors. We beg you not to forget our youth and staff in the New York City budget process. First and foremost, we are asking that our frontline staff be paid a living wage. Unfortunately, cost of living increases for RHY staff under city contracts have been few and far between. It is simply unacceptable for essential workers who have been risking their own lives every day in this pandemic to serve others to be needing to juggle multiple jobs just to survive. We're therefore asking for a minimum of 3% COLA on all RHY contracts across the city, as well as an increase to right-sized contracts to better reflect the true cost of bed. Additionally, the mental health needs of our young people have skyrocketed during this pandemic. We've had to make mental health care more readily available, and we're doing everything in our power and asking our private donors for more in a time where everyone has less to give, but we simply can't do it without the city's support. Additionally, a large number of our young people have lost jobs during COVID, and many of their job and educational programs have shifted online, and some have been closed. Our workforce development team has done a great job in shifting focus to helping our young people find jobs where they can be safe in this pandemic, but all of that has come at an increased cost. Finally, onto human trafficking. Recent research has demonstrated that 1 in 5 of our young people have had experiences that fit the federal definition of human trafficking or commercial sexual exploitation. And these young people have also struggled during this pandemic, with many losing jobs, which makes it more likely that they'll return to the life of prostitution. To end on a positive note, though, we are in the midst of relocating our safe house, which is currently in Long Island, to the Bronx, and we're all very excited about that. But that is also going to come at increased costs. So we're grateful to the New York City Council, especially to Chair Rose, who's been an active supporter of our young people. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Polina Ostrankova.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Polina Ostrankova, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Covenant House, New York, as a client and a survivor of commercial sexual exploitation. I'd like to share my story and opinion to show the importance of runaway homeless youth programs and others like them for young people like me. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today as the voice of trafficked youth. I'll begin my story. I left home and family due to extreme tension that made it impossible to continue to live there. Once in the US, I met a young man who I thought was my boyfriend and who I believed wanted the best for me. Unfortunately, I was involved in commercial sex and had to commit non-prostitution crimes. As a result, I ended up in jail, and my trafficker did not. This experience had traumatized me a lot, but I'm so grateful for the help of the Legal Aid Society they did a great job defending me, so I was released from jail. But I had no idea whether I would be able to live a normal life until my case was closed. After I was released, my first connection became Restore NYC, which helps victims of human trafficking. Restore did wonderful job and later referred me to the Covenant House, New York. I'm now at the Aspire program, and this is a safe house program for trafficked girls where they are able to recover from their trauma. And now I wanted to speak shortly about services that Covenant House provides and why do we need them. First is a workforce development. Workforce development programs for clients of Covenant House are especially important because we get to learn more and apply for schools and colleges. Mental health is also a huge concern, as young adults may feel anxious, desperate, and triggered by their trauma. Without mental health care, desperate youth will continue to be plagued by depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Legal assistance. Free legal services helped me to get on my feet, and Covenant House New York has only one attorney and needs more. Speaking about anti-trafficking programs, since trafficking is a hard thing to stop and exploiters have great skills manipulating people and recruit vulnerable people and LGBTQ+ youth, and with the year of the pandemic, the situation became even worse. Covenant House has been fighting trafficking and homelessness for decades, and for the past year, I haven't had to worry about the place to stay, food, and etc. I also have been getting an incentive to cover my own needs and to learn how to budget my money. I was able to leave my bad experience behind and focus on the future. I asked City Council to make sure that New York City adequately use shelters like Covenant House as well as the other nonprofits. Because if there were no charities like Covenant House, there wouldn't be me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Paulina. I will now call on Amy Wilkerson to testify.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Wilkerson. I'm the Vice President of School and Youth Programs at Sheltering Arms Children and Family Services. Thank you, Chair Rose and members of the Committee on Youth Services for the opportunity to testify before you today. Sheltering Arms is one of the largest providers of education, youth, and community and family well-being programs for Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. We serve nearly 15,000 children, youth, and families each year, and we employ more than 1,100 staff. We are a leading provider in after-school programming as well as runaway and homeless youth services. I would like to first start by thanking the council for their long support in restoring funding for summer programs each year. And after the stress of what we experienced last year and what families and providers experienced, we were hopeful that this summer funding for youth would be prioritized, especially as the city continues to move forward towards recovery and reopening schools. However, unfortunately, we're here again where we have zero funding for Sonic Middle School programs. We know it's a tough budget year for the council and for the mayor, but these programs are vital to the success of children and youth in New York City. And providers like Sheltering Arms have been able to provide safely in-person Sonic programming and Compass programming throughout the pandemic. We've been able to do so with more than 120 children at 5 elementary schools just this semester. And we're hopeful that council will restore funding for Sonic Middle Schoolers in this budget. Next, I would like to talk about our runaway and homeless youth programming. As my colleague from Covenant House stated, it is very important that we right-size the funding for runaway and homeless youth contracts. The current budget amount that we are allocated does not fully fund the services that we provide. And we're asking for council to take a look at how runaway and homeless youth programs are funded and to come up with a better metric to right-size the funding. Next, I want to talk about our homeless youth between the ages of 21 and 24. As the provider of 2 drop-in centers, as well as crisis shelter and 2 transitional independent living programs, we are very aware that 21 to 24-year-olds are using drop-in services because they're afraid to go into adult homeless shelters. So we're asking to add additional beds to the 21 to 24-year-olds, and we're also asking for mental health supports to be added to our programming. We're seeing an increase of mental health needs in the participants that we serve, and we need more funding to be able to better meet their needs. And next, we're asking if we can hold harmless providers for the
Time expired.
problematic underutilization that took place as a result of the pandemic. We were forced to make changes to our services, to our in-person services with limited amount of participants we can serve. And we're asked that we'll be held harmless to that. And I'm out of time. I just want to fast forward and ask that we look at the restoration of the indirect rate. This is critical to the survival of nonprofit organizations, and we ask that indirect rate is completely restored in this budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on the representative from Safe Horizon.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the youth services portion of the fiscal year 2022 preliminary budget. My name is Joe Westmacott, and I'm the Assistant Director of Housing and Benefits Resources at Safe Horizon Streetwork Project. Safe Horizon is the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon offers a client-centered, trauma-informed response to 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence or abuse. And we are increasingly using an anti-racist lens to guide our work with clients, with each other, and in developing the public positions that we hold. Whether we are called on to provide expert testimony at an oversight hearing or to assist a constituent in crisis and in need of emergency services, we are pleased to partner with the City Council in a collective effort to make our city safer for all. We look forward to helping you and your staff learn how best to support survivors and connect them to the resources available in your borough and community. Over many years, the City Council has been a key supporter of our programs helping adult, adolescent, and child victims of violence and abuse. City Council funding fills in gaps where no other financial support exists and allows us to draw down critical dollars from other sources. Moreover, this funding demonstrates the value that you and your colleagues place in helping young people access desperately needed shelter, support services, legal assistance, and counseling. My testimony today will provide an update to the Youth Services Committee on one key initiative that is funded by the City Council and contracted through the Department of Youth and Community Development. This initiative, the Support for Persons Involved in the Sex Trade, provides critical funding to Safe Horizon Streetwork Project. Streetwork provides shelter, showers, hot meals, therapy, service linkage, safer sex supports, case management, and more, and therapeutic harm reduction communities serving homeless youth ages 13 to 25. We work with homeless and street-involved young people to help them find safety and stability. Many homeless young people face a day-to-day struggle to survive, which can lead to physical and emotional harm. Homeless youth may have experienced family abuse, violence, rejection, and instability that led to their homelessness. We welcome these young people, help them to navigate complex systems, and provide essential resources at our drop-in centers, at our overnight shelter, and through our street outreach teams. This work can be incredibly challenging, but also rewarding. Our work at Streetwork did not pause during this pandemic. Rather, our dedicated team continued to respond to homeless and at-risk young people in need of shelter, services, and understanding. Safe Horizon Streetwork Project has been doing this community-based work since 1984, and we will continue to do so for as long as our services are needed. Beginning in fiscal year 2020, the City Council designated $456,697 through the Support for Persons Involved in the Sex Trade initiative to bolster Streetwork's ability to provide services and access to housing to young people engaged in the sex trade. With this funding, we have been able to increase our engagement and response to the number of young people both in the drop-in center and on the streets who are in crisis and involved in the sex trade, and to connect them to supportive counseling, access to benefits and housing, and primary and mental health care. Safe Horizon is seeking a full restoration of the $456,697 to continue to bolster our response and offer critical services to this vulnerable population navigating a pandemic, homelessness, violence, racism, and so many other traumas. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Damian Samuels.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Committee on Youth Services and to Chair Rose for allowing us the opportunity to speak. My name is Damian Samuels. I'm the Senior Director for Youth Services and Community Engagement at the Stanley Isaacs Neighborhood Center. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the real challenges that are facing young people, particularly young people of color. As you know, this pandemic has exposed the fault lines in society. Many folks who were also already struggling, this pandemic has exacerbated those challenges. A recent study, The New Strain of Inequality, the Economic Impact of COVID-19 in New York City, described how 68% of those who have experienced job loss are persons of color, and 1/3 of young adults age 18 to 24 have lost jobs during this pandemic. One of the things that we often note is that people often mention that it's critical that we get back to normal. It's important for us to mention that normal wasn't working for many Black and Brown residents of this city before the pandemic. And so restoring us to a time when things didn't work exactly well isn't exactly a hopeful outlook. And so what we need from the City Council and the city is to prioritize innovative strategies to begin to be able to meet people's needs. Our young people, as you might imagine, have been really affected by the downturn in jobs in the hospitality industry and the retail industry, to industry sectors that have traditionally been very supportive of hiring young people. One of the things that the Isaac Center did, we run a culinary training program. And so faced with the prospects of having frankly, a hostile job sector, we began to employ our young people in service of the food insecurity needs of our community. And so over the past 6 months, the Isaac Center has produced 18,000 meals for food insecure New Yorkers. Much of this work was driven by the graduates of our culinary training program. And so our pivot to finding positions in health and wellness as opposed to strictly culinary hospitality has been really vital. But as you know, much of this work in ramping up our community kitchen was driven by one-time emergency philanthropic gifts. And while we certainly appreciate them, we know that the food insecurity needs of New Yorkers are not going away anytime soon. And so we need the City Council to step up along with the city to advocate for us to be able to provide increased funding to support community kitchen operations combating food insecurity. One of the other things that we found, it was a recent study by Burning Glass that spoke about the importance of finding lifeboat jobs. Lifeboat jobs are jobs that provide short-term opportunities that connect people to industries that do have some long-term growth. And so through innovative partnerships with New York Presbyterian, through our pivot in health and wellness, we've been able to create these kind of lifeboat jobs. But it is critically essential that moving forward, that we are thinking about how can we create greater opportunity for young people who we know, if we don't deal with them now, we'll deal with the effects of our ignoring of them later. And so the final thing that I just want to add, and thank you to Amy Wilkerson and also to Councilmember Rosenthal for bringing up the indirect rate. We also were approved for a greater indirect rate, and obviously given the challenge of the pandemic, that program has been suspended. Again, it is critically important to be able to restore this funding so that we can do the work that is so desperately needed. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be Nargis Asghar, Christine James McKenzie, David Calvert, and Chrissy Odelin. I will now call on Nargis Asghar to testify.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Nargis Asghar. I'm a student at the Dreams Youth Build program. I'm glad that I have this opportunity with you all to share my experience with the Youth Build program. Dreams Youth Build is an alternative school and vocational training program that helps students aged 17 to 24 to obtain high school equivalency diplomas, job skills, and help them to go on to college. The reason I joined the Youth Build program was because I hadn't finished high school, so I had no diploma. It was very hard for me to find somewhere to help me, give me a second chance to start over and succeed this time. The program gave me a second chance to prepare me for taking the TASC exam and getting my high school equivalency diploma. The staff members, the teachers, the directors, they were beyond helpful. They helped me to start on a path of great success and a good future. Because of this program, I got my AHSC. The Youth Build program not only prepared me for getting my HSC, it helped me to improve my future, set my goals, and start on the path of achieving my dreams, on a path of making a difference. They also helped me to get onto college. I'm grateful for the contribution of the program towards not only the students' education, but towards the students' well-being, success, and goals. I believe the City Council should continue to fund the Youth Build program because the program is a person's second chance. How many times we have wished to have a second chance in life? I believe everyone deserves a second chance. This program was my second chance. It was what I needed to look forward to a bright and successful future. I want others just like me to know there's people out there that will welcome them and give them a second chance. That's why I believe they should be funded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Christine James McKenzie.
Time starts now.
Good morning to the distinguished members of the City Council Committee on Youth Services. My name is Christine James McKenzie, and I'm the Associate of Communications, Learning, and Policy at Jobs First NYC, which is a nonprofit intermediary that creates and advances solutions that break down barriers and transform systems, supporting young adults in their communities in the pursuit of economic opportunities. Before I continue, I just wanted to say that I am continually impressed by how able the young people have articulated their case for funding here today. New York City is facing one of the worst financial crises in its history, and young people are the most vulnerable, bearing the brunt of the multifaceted displacement. Jobs First NYC intends to use all of the resources at its disposal to ensure that young adults are not disproportionately impacted by the recession, and to assist our partners across the city, but realize that none of us can go this road alone. It will require sustained focus and collective attention from all sides, including the city government, to give all young people a start that ensures success. Before COVID-19 gripped the country, the number of out of school, out of work 16 to 24-year-olds was 117,000. Many of the same group were also likely to be employed in low-wage jobs with limited opportunities for advancement. The Black and Latinx population were disproportionately likely to be disconnected and make up 56% of out of school, out of work young people. Early data on the impact of COVID on the out of school, out of work rates in New York City estimate 259,000 to 324,000, or 27 to 34% of all young adults that are not in school and are not working. To further evaluate the needs of out of school and out of work young people and pandemic's early effects on workforce development, Jobs First NYC hosted a series of convenings in conjunction with youth and employment intermediaries, philanthropic institutions, workforce training providers, and community college. The result is being cataloged in a working paper, and the recommendations we have are such. The first one, design youth-informed solutions that center young adults, their experiences and goals, invest resources to decrease the number of out of school, out of work young adults. Recommendation 2, create a seamless continuum of integrated supports across education and youth developmental stages and institutions. By that, we mean fund a mentorship program in mental health services as a standard part of youth workforce development programs. Recommendation 3, build the capacity of workforce providers to deliver high quality, culturally competent, market-aligned services to young adults, address job quality issues in the workforce development field through professional development and higher pay. Recommendation 4, eliminate silos by encouraging and rewarding collaboration across youth workforce programs and providers. And number 5,
Time expired.
Reinvigorate and expand partnerships with employers and industry groups to create employment and new career pathway opportunities. And the last, prioritize economic mobility and pathways to prosperity for historically marginalized and disproportionately harmed communities. We do appreciate the opportunities to testify and would like to continue to encourage our young people.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on David Calvert.
Time starts now.
Hello, Chairwoman Rose. Hi, Debbie, and members of the Youth Services Committee. I am David Calvert. A moment ago, you heard from Nargis Asghar, Youth Build student from the DREAMS program in Brooklyn. I'm speaking for the Youth Build NYC Collaborative on behalf of 8 Youth Build programs located in all 5 boroughs and operated by some of the finest community service institutions in the city. Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, New Settlement, Sobro, Antioch Community Services, Youth Action, Youth Build, Central Family Life Center, the Hope Program, and Queens Community House. Each of these institutions has taken up the awesome challenge of turning around the lives of young people that really need that second chance through a methodology that includes training, education, counseling, community service, follow-up services, respect, inclusion, and yes, love. 10% of our population, 18 to 24, are in that slot. And one in six of that 10% are out of school and out of work. That's the population we address directly. They're often labeled opportunity youth because the upside of their transformation is to success. To success is so beneficial to our society and so deserved. And because with their vision and energy, so much good can be accomplished. With Youth Build over the past decades and across the country, over 200,000 opportunity youth have transformed their lives. They have constructed or rehabbed 40,000 units of low-income housing. They have contributed many millions of hours of service to their communities and have taken so many leadership positions in their cities and towns. New York City is the center for Youth Build and its birthplace 40 years ago, but our message and impact has, in effect, gone viral. This is an historic moment for the council, a chance to reverse last year's forced retrenchment and help ease the lingering shocks caused by the crushing pandemic, to build on the new spirit in Washington, D.C., made evident this week in the passage of the huge American Relief Act that will inject welcome fuel into our economy and expand the city budget directly by about $6 billion, to enlist youth who have been relegated to the margins into the rebuilding of their own lives and also of our city, both today and in the future. We request full and adequate funding for Youth Build in fiscal 22. Since 2014, the council has allocated $2.1 million of discretionary funds annually through a citywide speaker initiative, ensuring that no Youth Build opportunities are lost for lack of funds. Last year, the pandemic budget crisis caused a decrease, so a return this year to continuity funding would be $2.1 million citywide. But to ensure excellent Youth Build services for a minimum of 530 opportunity youth in all 5 boroughs, we respectfully request $3.2 million in the Speaker's
Time
citywide
expired.
initiative. We accept the challenges ahead. We're on it, and we need the council to join us with that. I will submit the full version of my testimony along with the written testimony of Audwin Green, a Youth Build graduate who went on to college at LIU and returned to join the staff as counselor for Youth Build Dreams in Brooklyn. Thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Chrissy Odelin.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Rose and everyone on the call this afternoon. My name is Christy O'Dallin and I serve as Senior Director of Youth Programs at New York Roadrunners. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before the Committee on Youth Services today. New York Roadrunners' mission is to help and inspire people through running. While we are best known for organizing the TCS New York City Marathon, our organization is one of the largest nonprofit providers of free youth fitness programs in New York City. Rising New York Roadrunners is the flagship youth program of NYRR and helps kids develop the ability, confidence, and desire to be physically active for life. The program takes a developmental approach to physical education, blending running and social emotional learning with a mix of fitness activities and games. Offered for free to New York City schools, after-school programs, and community centers, we train teachers, counselors, and coaches to implement our youth program, as well as provide resources for virtual and blended teaching, and reward kids to keep them moving and improving. We are asking the New York City Council to once again generously fund our critical services for youth under its physical education and fitness initiative, which will greatly help offset the expenses necessary in bringing our program at no cost to roughly 800 New York City educators and 100,000 students in every single city council district annually. In light of the COVID-19 crisis, New York City youth need, more than ever, an active lifestyle and resources that promote social emotional learning. Low levels of time spent being active cause a wide range of negative physical, social, and emotional health effects among youth. A lack of access to equipment, facilities, and spaces, unfortunately compounded by the COVID-19 crisis, and lack of support from peers and parents further compound these problems. To address the unique needs in the 2020-21 school year, we have enhanced our youth programs offerings to provide activities that fit a range of settings, whether students are learning in person, remotely, or a mix of both, and guide the inclusion of physical activity into students' days. The program also includes no barrier instructional videos, including Spanish language videos that can be followed independently at home. As a testament to our youth program's importance among New York City educators, in 2021, we were chosen as one of 4 providers to help New York City offer New York City schools offer high-quality physical activities that focus on fun, movement, socially distant games, running, and sports conditioning through the CHAMPS program. We are also constantly working in partnership with the DOE and the Office of School Wellness Programs to adjust our curriculum to accommodate at-home learning and support educators transitioning to new teaching styles. The COVID-19 crisis has made NYR's work to support New York City schools, educators, parents, and kids more important than ever. Our youth programs is ready to serve every member of our community, regardless of the unique impacts COVID has had on our lives. I respectfully ask the City Council to reinforce the importance of keeping kids active by renewing and increasing funding under its Physical Education and Fitness Initiative so that NYR may continue at no cost to help youth across the 5 boroughs stay healthy. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be James Horton, Caroline Ioso, Adam Jacobs, Kenneth Jones, and Deborah Sue Lorenzen. I will now call on James Horton.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Rose and members of the committee and my fellow New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I'm James C. Horton, Vice President of Education and Engagement at the Museum of the City of New York. The museum is one of 34 organizations within the CIG, Cultural Institutions Group, that are located on city-owned land or in city-owned buildings. Last year, CIGs welcomed nearly 24 million individuals through their doors. We work in concert with many community partners to provide cultural, educational, and community services in a wide variety of ways. Our work has always been seen as vital to fostering a healthy, vibrant, equitable, and inclusive community. During the past year, we have found our work to be even that much more vital and necessary than ever as we deal with the challenges imposed by the pandemic, civil unrest, and economic challenges that so many New Yorkers are still facing. We work with all ages and all demographics all over the city. And now, because of forced technological evolution, we can make our programs more available to New York City, more available to people all over the world. We continue to be grateful for the Council's support for culture and the arts in New York City and throughout the years that yields a monumental return on investment for all New Yorkers. And in this moment, this investment is more necessary than ever. I'm here today to provide information about some of the work that we've done with New York City's youth and advocating for funding for the FY22 budget. During this past year, which was unlike any other in New York City's history, the Museum of the City of New York has still presented 7 exhibitions that were offered in person and in many cases had virtual components. And in that virtual space, we managed to make the digital pivot, reimagining and expanding our work to serve thousands of adults, families, students, and educators through virtual field trips, adult learning initiatives, as well as youth and adult-centered workshops, expanding on exhibits such as Activist New York, which has a component that focuses on the movement for Black lives, and New York Responds, the first 6 months of the pandemic, which was a crowdsourced exhibition documenting how New York City responded to the events of 2020. And our upcoming citywide initiative, Project 846, will be a short crowdsourced documentary centering the voices of and reflections of New York City youth on the murder of George Floyd. This summer, we are looking forward to possibly being an SYP site and supporting the expanded vision for SYP by employing young people to support many of the museum's summer programs. While we've had significant amount of programming still happening both on-site and in the virtual space and plan to continue doing this to serve New York City through this hybrid model, we've also had a chance to take a different look at ourselves as a cultural institution, turning the mirror on our practices and continuing to explore how we can be a more equitable place and continue to uplift and amplify the voices of New Yorkers. Chair Rose, I leave you with one question today and a challenge to all of my esteemed CIG colleagues. What if all CIGs were mandated to be host sites for SYP youth? What if all CIGs were mandated to be host sites for SYP youth? Increase the budget and we'll make space for NYC's young people to work at New York City's cultural institutions. We ask that our budget remain harmless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Caroline Ioso.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Ioso, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Strategic Communication at Opportunities for a Better Tomorrow, OBT. Thank you so much to Chair Rose and the members of the Council for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to discuss the importance of centering young adults in the city's recovery efforts and for DYCD's budget to remain intact to facilitate this recovery. Founded in 1983, OBT is one of New York City's largest providers of workforce development and education services for opportunity youth ages 17 to 24 and adults who are disconnected from education and/or employment. We exist to break the cycle of poverty and inequity through education, job training, and employment. We focus on meeting individuals where they are and work with them to meet their goals. As we know, COVID has taken a particularly devastating toll on New York City's young adults. I've really appreciated, and I'm sure you all have as well, hearing from them today. That's really awesome. The pandemic has had a disproportionately negative impact on this population, and we must prioritize their needs and challenges in the years to come and in this coming budget. According to a February 2021 report from the Center for New York City Affairs, young adults were 34% more likely to have lost work, and workers with a high school education or less were 16% more likely to have lost their jobs due to the pandemic. And in addition to bearing the brunt of the economic downturn, young adults also face an especially steep climb back to financial stability. This is due to increased competition for jobs, a need for enhanced skills, and the continued challenges and inevitable permanent changes faced by the service sectors. DYCD's programs must continue to be able to address this crisis and support young people in accessing living wage work. We advocate that their budget stays whole so that young adults of all ages can access enrichment and personal and professional growth throughout the year. After a stressful and difficult year for the city's young people, we must support them in building skills, connections, and community. And it would be cruel to cut funding to programs that engage one of the city's most vulnerable and most valuable populations. In particular, we at OBT advocate for programs like the following: strengthening career pathways through expanding industry-certified training programs. For high school graduates or graduates of OBT's high school equivalency programs, we offer these advanced trainings in healthcare, construction, and technology. And these programs create a bridge into growing sectors in the city. We also advocate for supporting those seeking their high school equivalency diplomas with increased digital education. A high school diploma is still the gatekeeper for living wage employment. And those without a diploma are relegated to lower paid and more vulnerable positions that lack opportunities for growth. Furthermore, we know that digital literacy and basic technological skills are essential for all workers. The pandemic has only—
Time expired.
As we determine the best paths forward, it would be devastating to leave young people, the next generation of doers, thinkers, and builders behind. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and Chair Rose, thank you for your incredible advocacy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call on Adam Jacobs.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Jacobs, and I am representing the Youth Development Institute at Ramapo for Children. I'm here to share testimony from youth on the importance of youth leadership councils. They are our participants in our two youth leadership councils, one which was already mentioned earlier today, My Brother and Sisters Keeper Youth Council, that we facilitate with DYCD, and the other from the Youth Council of the DOE Office of Community Schools. We think it's essential to have youth voices represent the needs of young people, but the council participants are not able to attend this hearing because they have obligations for school and work. In the future, we ask that this committee consider moving the hearing to the afternoon hours to enable young people to testify, more young people to testify without missing school. We also believe in compensating young leaders for their contributions. For this reason, the Youth Development Institute at Ramapo submitted discretionary requests to the City Council to support our peer leadership and leader internship program, which would allow us to compensate Youth Leadership Council alumni for their continued engagement and leadership after they have completed the one-year council program. The councils explore important topics in New York City, such as policing, healthcare, equity and education, and more, and then make policy recommendations. As DYCD Commissioner Chung mentioned earlier, the My Brother and Sisters Keeper Youth Council is lifting up youth voices through town halls, which are on YouTube and we will share. And we were just tasked with becoming peer hosts of circles for young people to discuss some of the stigmas associated with mental health challenges. The Office of Community Schools Young People are looking at the implications of student attendance and students living in temporary housing. Their testimonies are as follows. Adana, 16 from Brooklyn, says, I believe that being on a youth council is important. I'm the source that can be used to promote change, especially on the issues that directly affect me. Monica, 15 from Queens, I'm passionate about my voice, and this council gives me an opportunity to speak freely and competently about the things that matter most to me. Chloe, 16 from Brooklyn, I'm an advocate for change and inclusion. I want to address the issues in my school and my community that others just walk by. Rayanne, 16 from Staten Island, says, in my opinion, youth councils bring our youth community together, teach valuable life lessons, and encourage the youth community to get along while voicing their opinion. Curvins, 21 from Brooklyn, the importance of having a youth council is that it gives young people the power to invest in themselves and improve their peers. It helps young people develop their leadership skills and also take on new skills along the way. It helps forge better adults for tomorrow because they are already in a line where they know how to be responsible and act according to a certain situation. Finally, Ava, 17 from the Bronx, says, the council makes me feel heard in a way that no other place does. Thank you on behalf of these youth leaders and everyone at the Youth Development Institute at Ramapo for Children. We look forward to working with you to continue youth leadership councils through renewed funding and to lift up the voices of young people in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Kenneth Jones.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Rose and committee members. I appreciate surprisingly, I'm not going to ask you for anything. I am advocating for full funding. I think it's very important. But I want to share a little bit about the impact of the program.
Can we adjust this sound so we can hear him?
Oops, sorry.
And start his time again. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Time starts now.
So sorry, you've gone out. We can't hear you again.
Oh, I don't know what's happening. Let
It
me
might
see.
be the paper.
It might be the paper. Let me try. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I probably won't use all 3 minutes. So thank you, Chair Rose, again, and the committee for taking time to listen to us. Why we're here to advocate for restoration of full funding, I'm not actually here to ask you for anything specific to the Salvadori Center, but I am here to share some research that we've done on the valuable impact that after-school programs have on our city's youth. For those of you who don't know about the Salvadori Center, we've been working in the city for just about 50 years, providing both push-in programs for in-school, kindergarten through 12th grade, as well as after-school programs. We've partnered with DYCD over the years, and in the last 2 years have worked with SYEPs on the Career Clue program. Before COVID, we were in the classrooms and delivering direct services to students, but last summer we did the entire Career Clue program online. All of Salvadori's programs are STEM programs that are tied to the built environment, and that's the buildings, the bridges, the parks, the playgrounds, the real world that the students live in. And all of our programs are K through 12 grade-specific programs. But the best part about the after-school program is it really helps to close the achievement gap and the STEM gap for students from our city's most underserved communities. We have 8 years of research that shows that when you do programs that are project-based, where children build the programs with their hands, their experiments, they work collaboratively to solve problems, they learn how to communicate, they get an increased sense that they can succeed at STEM. They can see themselves as the city's future architects, engineers, builders, designers, developers, and they can see themselves as being successful in the school math and science that's relevant to their grade. And perhaps even more importantly, younger kids as early as 5th grade and kindergarten start to form their self-perception of their ability to be successful in math and science as early as kindergarten. And so when we have programs in the after-school environment for our most underserved communities, and especially programs that are accessible to them, hands-on and collaborative, where any student can succeed, they start to see themselves as part of the future of STEM, part of the future of the city, and breaking the cycle of oppression that has faced our communities for far too long. So programs like Salvadori are here to help. If you get money at the last minute, we have our own educators, our own curriculum, we can push into the programs and we can deliver those programs with 2 weeks notice. So we are here to applaud you, to thank you, and to advocate with you for more funding for after-school programs. Thank you very much, Chair Rose and the committee, and sorry about the technical problems in the beginning.
Not a problem. Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Deborah Sue Lorenzen.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Sue Lorenzen, Director of Youth and Education at St. Nick's Alliance in North Brooklyn. We serve more than 6,000 youth and 3,000 adults through comprehensive youth services for ages 2 to 24. I want to begin my testimony by thanking City Council, who, with Chair Rose's stellar leadership, continue to fight with us for the critical youth services needed to help our children, teens, and families recover from this awful year. New York City's recovery will not happen without community-based organizations and our provision of comprehensive youth services. We are critical to helping turn around children's learning loss, providing the childcare that allows parents, especially single mothers of color, to get back to work, and addressing socio-emotional needs of kids. For our youngest children, we need the Burst of 5 awards to be made whole and include the full scope of services requested by community-based organizations. St. Nick's Alliance did not receive a single extended day, extended year slot for our income eligible families, leaving low-income families with 3- and 4-year-olds to fend for themselves after 3 p.m. Further, we need our DOE contracts to cover the real costs of providing early child care education, as well as remove the 25% cap for fringe benefits, which will not cover union pension. For our elementary and middle school children, we do need universal in-person after school and summer camp that allow for every child to have the enrichment and wellness supports essential to getting back on track in school. The annual Fight for Sonic Summer Camp must end this year, and the DOH clearance process must be unclogged, as this obstacle is seriously compromising our ability to put people back to work and serve children, and it has for over 1.5 years. Summer camp cannot happen without DOE opening its buildings this summer. Last summer, not a single school was open in District 14 for summer camp. In order to plan effectively and meet the needs of our District 14 families, we need these decisions to be made now. For teens and young adults, we need the 25% cut to learning to work to be restored. Our LTW students are among the most vulnerable in the Department of Education. We cannot abandon them and leave them to join the ranks of 1 in 5 New York City students who drop out each year. And as one of the largest SYEP providers in New York City, St. Nick's Alliance is extremely grateful for Commissioner Chong and Assistant Commissioner Montanez's partnership as we each do our part to reach 70,000 youth this year. But the demand for SYEP is much greater, and we need universal SYEP, even if implemented gradually. Process changes are also essential, beginning with 12-month contracts, because the 3-month, 9-month contract
Time expired.
is absurdly burdensome and inefficient for providers and DYCD. I thank you for your kind attention, and again, thank you, Chair Rose, for all you've done for so many years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. The final panel of public testimony in order of speaking will be Rachel Gazdick, Scott Daly, and Jonae Billy. I will now call on Rachel Gazdick.
Time starts now.
Rachel?
Hi, sorry, thank you. My name is Beth. Actually, I'm Beth Reisman. I'm on the executive team at New York Edge. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership on behalf of our city's youth and for the council's longstanding support of New York Edge. I'm here today on behalf of our fiscal year 22 city-wide funding request of $1 million under the Council's After School Enrichment Initiative. 29 years ago, New York Edge was created at the suggestion of the New York City Council to provide free wraparound summer camps for youngsters attending summer school. From these beginnings, we have grown into the largest provider of after-school and summer programming in New York City, traditionally serving over 40,000 students a year at 134 locations throughout the 5 boroughs. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap faced by students in underinvested communities by providing programs designed to improve academic performance, health and wellness, self-confidence, and leadership skills for success in life. It is the belief of our board and staff that every child is gifted and talented if only given the necessary tools, resources, and supports. And as our name implies, we strive to provide every student in our programs with the edge that they need to succeed in the classroom and in their lives. 80% of principals attest to the power of New York Edge in supporting academic improvement in their schools, and 86% of parents believe that our programs are helping their children succeed in school. With your support, we received $850,000 in the FY21 budget. This funding allowed us to provide 3,000 youth from across the city with a mix of virtual and in-person summer camp activities last summer. Fiscal year 21 Council citywide funding is also supporting our current after-school programming. Currently, we're running 107 programs, including 7 learning labs throughout the 5 boroughs. And as the public school system resumes in-person instruction, more and more of our staff will return to the classroom. This year has brought us new collaborators and partners, including Teach Rock, founded by legendary guitarist Steven Van Zandt, Mets on the Move, the U.S. Olympic handball team, the New York Knicks, and actor and author Taye Diggs. New York Edge, its students and families are extraordinarily grateful for the support provided by the New York City Council these past 29 years. We are now looking to you to meet the needs of the next generation of young people by supporting our fiscal year 22 citywide funding request of $1 million, which will bring us back to our fiscal year 20 level of funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on Scott Daly.
Time begins.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Rose and members of the committee. My name is Scott Daly, and I am the Senior Director of NYJTL, the New York Junior Tennis and Learning. You know us as New York Junior Tennis League. We've been in business for over 50 years. This year is our 50th year. Every year, because of the council's support, we're able to provide free tennis and traditionally reach over 85,000 kids citywide. We are in every borough, we are in every council district, and it's all as a result of the support that we get as we get funded under the Physical Education and Fitness Initiative. We've been partners for many, many years. Let me tell you a little bit about how many kids we hit. 70% of our kids are 10 years of age and younger. We have an equal distribution of 25% between African Americans, Asians, and Latinos. We reach across all low income family brackets. That's where we have our thrust. Our last year, it was right about this time when I was down there testifying on Friday the 13th at a hearing that really everything closed down. We run with the initiative money, $1.2 million we asked for, and we received $800,000. Costs have increased. We have been reduced to that number for the past 12 or 13 years. Primarily, we hope to at least maintain and hold the $800,000. What do we do with it? We provide tennis free over 4 seasons of the year, in the winter, spring, outdoor, summer, and fall. In the winter, we have 20 weeks of indoor tennis throughout the city at 8 different locations. That's where we are now. We have extended our programming this year to the end of March. Right in the middle of April, we're going to begin our outdoor season. The community tennis is open to everybody. Unlike other programs that the city may have funded and where people get involved, parents are most particularly amazed to hear that we're not an application. We are a registration, that they can come anytime. They are fearful that they're not going to get their children to be able to participate. We take everybody in the community tennis. I spoke about the winter indoor program. We also provide school-time tennis. We've been on suspension in this program, which, as most of you already know, we teach gym teachers, anybody from a school, how to bring tennis into the school during the daytime hours. We provide curriculums. We provide lesson plans for the teachers. We provide the equipment. We provide the training and extra staff members to go there and implement to bring the tennis in. We have intensive training. As I said, we have strict protocols. We've added and we're going to continue to add extra staff members. We need the continued support of the city council. Again, we are asking for 1.2. Tennis transforms lives, as Arthur Ashe said, and that's what we do. We can't do it without your continued support. I am very grateful for all you do for the kids of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call on.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Jonae Billy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name
Time
is
begins.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janae Billy, and I serve as Director of Strategic Partnerships and External Affairs for PowerPlay. I'll also be advocating on behalf of the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, for which PowerPlay serves as the lead agency. I'd like to begin by thanking Chair Rose and the committee members for taking time today to hear our testimony and for their crucial leadership and support for our work in youth development. PowerPlay's mission is to advance the lives of girls through sports, helping them grow physically, emotionally, and academically stronger. Through our structured sports and social emotional learning-based curriculums, we build girls' confidence and resilience and create safe spaces where girls learn from each other and from strong female role models. PowerPlay offers opportunities for girls where they would not otherwise exist, partnering with schools and community-based organizations to conduct after-school and summer programs emphasizing physical literacy, health and wellness, and leadership. Our work focuses on young women of color living in poverty who are among New York City's most vulnerable populations. Prior to the pandemic, there was already a call to action for increased funding for girls and women's causes, and the disparities exposed by COVID-19 has only reinforced the need for programs like PowerPlay, because we know that when the virus restrictions lift, we will see an even greater demand for our programs and services. Furthermore, PowerPlay serves as the lead agency for the coalition of 10 New York City nonprofits known as the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, STAR CGI. As a collective, we support the healthy development of over 6,000 girls and GNC youth of color overcome barriers to success and develop as leaders in their communities. Our partners, our 10 partners, PowerPlay, Girls Right Now, Groundswell Community Mural Project, the Lower East Side Girls Club, Row New York, Sadie Nash Leadership Project, the Armory Foundation, Figure Skating in Harlem, Girls for Gender Equity, and the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute continue to create thousands of program slots and deepen programming for girls in all 5 boroughs. We all shared in the collective anxiety brought on by social unrest, racial injustice, the aftermath of a troubling election, and a global pandemic. But we also felt inspired by the many possibilities. In the midst of all the chaos emerged young people that are politically aware, that are activists for their communities, and extremely vocal about the issues that are important to them. STAR CGI remains steadfast in our mission to support and hold safe spaces for young women and GNC youth to amplify their voices while engaging in important conversations with New York City Council members and other stakeholders on how to best become an ally and champion for young people. The mental health needs of our young people have exploded during these tumultuous times. Star CGI has made it our mission to fill this gap, launching our hashtag Self-Care Saturday series, which includes engagements for youth to discover best practices to refill their own social emotional cups while elevating their voice on vital issues. We thank you. We need your advocacy to ensure our programs remain available by restoring our City Council funding at $1.4 million in FY22. Once again, on behalf of girls and gender nonconforming youth in New York City, we thank you for your time and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I turn to Chair Rose for questions, I'd like to remind council members to use the raise hand function in Zoom to indicate if they have a question for all our panels that have gone so far. Chair Rose?
Thank you. I have no questions, just two statements. When Nicole Hamilton testified, she said that there was a deficit in terms of funding for SYAP. SYAP was fully funded. All funding was restored, and I wanted Amy and Damien, who and others who spoke about the indirect rate that we are speaking with OMB. In regard to the indirect rate. So I want people to know that we're fighting for all elements of this budget. And I have no other questions. Do my colleagues have any questions?
It does not appear that we have any questions or any hands raised from other council members. So thank you, Chair Rose. We have now heard from everyone that has signed up to testify. We appreciate everyone's time and presence. If we inadvertently missed anyone that would like to testify, please use the raised hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you in the order of hands raised. I'll just give everybody a moment to see if we have any hands raised. All right. Seeing no one else, I would like to note that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Chair Rose, we have concluded public testimony for this hearing.
So I would like to thank you very much, Committee Counsel Amy Briggs. You did a great job for the first time. You were phenomenal, flawless. And I want to thank all of you who testified. Your testimony was important and informative. And I want you to know that we heard you, and that we're going to be fighting for all of these issues that were brought forward today. And I want to thank my stalwart council member Chin for hanging in for the full range of this hearing, along with council member Riley. You're both phenomenal. And I want to conclude with the fact that we heard from our youth today. We heard of the needs of the services that are available, but we also heard of the value of these programs. And I think that came across loud and clear that the services and the service providers provide great value to the youth of New York City. So I just want you to know that we must continue to fight until all youth in New York City have the same opportunity to achieve their goals by ensuring equal access to resources. And only after we have achieved universal participation in youth services will we be able to eliminate economic and educational disparities in New York City. I want to thank all of you again for your efforts on behalf of our youth and on behalf of our future. And with that, this hearing is now